안녕하세요. 2023년 대한무용학회 국제학술 심포지엄을 시작하겠습니다. 저는 진행을 맡은 대한무용학회 편집위원장 제한정입니다. 네, 따뜻한 환대 감사드립니다. 오늘의 주제는 혁신과 포용의 시대, 무용의 리더십이라는 주제로 저희 학술대회를 진행할 텐데요. 5개국의 7개의 학자 그룹들이 멋진 발표를 준비하고 계십니다. 오늘 여기에도 굉장히 각계에서 리더십을 발휘해주고 계신 멋진 귀빈들과 또 장래 리더십이 희망 기대가 되는 굉장히 학생들, 연구자분들 많이 오셨는데요. 아마 좋은 인사이트를 얻어가실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 오늘 저희 학회는 온 오프라인 동시 진행 중인데요. 여기 국민대학교 학술회의장에서 라이브로 진행하면서 동시에 온라인에서 줌으로도 진행되고 있습니다. 줌에 계신 분들을 위해서 잠시 안내 말씀드리면요. 하단에 지구 모양 아이콘을 클릭하시면 언어를 영어와 한국어로 선택하실 수 있습니다. 또 혹시 리시버를 받으신 분들 중에 한국어 채널은 1번, 영어는 2번을 선택하시면 원하시는 언어로 들어보실 수 있습니다. 그럼 저희가 오늘 순서가 좀 많아서 빠르게 진행을 시작하려고 하는데요. 우선 저희의 학회를 열어주시기 위해 대한무용학회 회장님이신 문혁 회장님께서 개회사를 준비해 주셨습니다. 감상으로 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 대한무용학회 회장 문영입니다. 고맙습니다. 2023년 사단법인 대한무용학회 국제학술 심포지움 Dance Leadership in the Area of Innovation and Inclusion 변화, 혁신과 포용의 시대 무용 리더십에 함께 해주신 국내외 무용학 연구자 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 네, 오늘 바쁘신 가운데 특별히 환영사와 축사를 해주시기 위해서 직접 이 자리에 참석해 주신 국민대학교의 정승열 총장님 그리고 유니버설 발레단의 문은숙 단장님 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네, 그리고 우리 대학에서 옥상훈 예술대학 학장님 그리고 이미영 종합예술연구소장님 함께 자리해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 이외에도 많은 이사님들과 또 우리 회원 여러분들이 함께 하고 계신데요. 우리 제한정 교수님께서 이후에 내빈 소개를 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 한국의 대표 학술 단체로서 우리 무용학의 연구와 실천을 선도하고 있는 대한무용학회 국제학술 심포지움은 무용 공연계, 또 교육계, 산업계의 주요한 아젠다에 대한 학술적인 토론과 발제를 진행함으로써 그동안 새로운 담론과 과제를 생성해 오고 있습니다. 초고속, 말 그대로 초경쟁 사회로의 변화 속에서 무용계도 예외 없이 혁신을 요구받고 있습니다. 그렇다면 우리 공연예술계에서 또 교육계에서 리더로서의 무용 리더들은 어떤 변화를 끌어내야 하고 또 그들이 가져야 할 역량, 무용 리더십은 과연 무엇일까요? 우리 거래적 리더십, 요즘 리더십의 패러다임이 많이 바뀌고 있는데요. 거래적 리더십에서 변혁적 리더십으로 또 변혁적 리더십에서 진정성 리더십으로 이렇게 패러다임에 변화하는 추세 속에서 요즘은 애자일 리더십, 이 리더십 또 우리 동양 철학에 근거한 무의자연 리더십까지 새로운 개념들이 많이 대두되고 있습니다. 참 어렵습니다. 그래서 우리가 오늘 이 리더십의 이해가 단순하게 어떤 철학적인 또는 심리학적인, 사회학적인 이런 내용뿐만 아니라 인류학, 경영학, 정치학, 또 예술 이런 다양한 분야의 학제적이고 통합적인 그런 요구가 강조되는 시점인 것 같습니다. 역사적으로 모든 예술가들은 시대를 견인하는 리더였습니다. 특히 급변하는 이 고등교육 시장에서 우리 무용 교육자로서의 리더십이 매우 중요해지는 시점입니다. 오늘 국제학술 심포지움에서는 국민대학교의 이유진 교수님, 그리고 미국 콜롬비아 대학교의 아놀드 연구소의 바버라 바쇼 교수님, 에드워드 워버튼 교수님, 질 그랜스톰, 크리스토퍼 휴스턴 선생님, 호주 노틀담 대학교의 존 프리만 교수님, 미국 아이오나 대학의 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님과 오후 세션에는 중국의 베이징 사범대학의 첸첸천 교수님, 그리고 말라야 대학의 프리말라타 티아그르전 교수님, 성균관 대학의 김나희 교수님이 발제를 해주시겠습니다. 그리고 오주연, 서예원, 이성희, 박한나, 김수인, 한석진, 김현정, 박서영, 서희영, 고현정, 이지선 교수님께서 토론 패널로 참여해 주시겠습니다. 이처럼 국내외 정말 저명한 무용학자들의 발제와 토론을 통해서 무용 리더십의 본질적인 통합성을 재확인하고 또 그 가치를 공유하는 시간이 될 것이라 확신합니다. 다시 한번 이 행사를 적극 지원해 주신 국민대학교 정승열 총장님, 그리고 링크 3.0 사업단과 종합예술연구소에 진심으로 감사드립니다. 마지막으로 무용학의 가치를 공고히 하고 그 사회적 확산을 위해 온라인과 오프라인을 통해서 참여해 주고 계시는 각국의 무용 연구자들의 내일을 축복합니다. 그럼 지금부터 대한무용학회 그리고 국민대학교 링크 3.0 사업단의 공동 주최 2023년 국제학술 심포지움을 시작하겠습니다.
네, 몸소 늘 무용 리더십이 무엇인지를 보여주고 계시는 우리 문영 회장님이셨습니다. 또 저희가 여기서 빼뜨릴 수 없는 분이 항상 저희 학회를 무심양만으로 도와주셨던 국민대학교 총장님의 정승열 총장님을 빼놓을 수 없는데요. 잠시 무대로 모셔서 저희가 좋은 말씀을 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 정승열 국민대학교 총장님이십니다.
네, 학술회의장에서 실시되는 이런 국제 학술 심포지엄이나 또 우리 학술 대회 컨퍼런스 중에서 이렇게 많이 모이셔서 아주 열기가 뜨겁게 시작부터 나오는 학술대회가 흔치 않은데요. 굉장히 시작부터 감명받습니다. 지금 제가 환영사 먼저 시작하기 전에 제가 듣기로 온라인으로 해외에 또 유명하신 연구자들이 접속되어 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 잠깐만 인사하고 환영사 시작하겠습니다. Distinguished scholars and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the members of Kookmin University and on my own behalf, I would like to extend my sincere welcome to you all. In particular, my special thanks must go to such honorable speakers as Professors Barbara Basho and Edward Warburton, researchers Jean Grunstrom and Christopher Houston, all from Columbia University in USA, Professor John Freeman from University of Notre Dame, Australia, Professor Christopher Winkler from Iona University in USA. And without your support and participation, this international symposium would not have been realized. Thank you very much again. And now, please excuse me, I'm going to deliver my welcome speech in Korean, but I don't think you have any problem because we have a best translator somewhere here. Yes. 예, 안녕하십니까. 청명한 가을날 사단법인 대한무용학회 2023 국제학술 심포지엄 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 오늘 심포지엄을 위해 참석해 주신 귀빈 여러분, 특히 우리 문훈숙 유니버설 발레단 단장님, 그리고 미국, 호주, 중국, 말레이시아 등 세계 각국에서 학문적 교류를 나누기 위해 온라인으로 자리해 주신 연구자님들 모두 환영합니다. 대한무용학회는 1974년 창립된 대한민국 예술계를 대표하는 학회로 무용학의 연구와 실현을 선도하고 있습니다. 시대적 변화에 앞장서고 있는 대한무용학회는 이미 국제적인 명성과 입지를 공고히 하고 있으며 무용계의 새로운 지평을 만들어가고 있는 단체라고 생각합니다. 보스턴 필하모닉 지휘자 벤자민 젠더는 오케스트라주의자 본인은 정작 아무 소리도 내지 않지만 다른 이들 속에 잠자고 있는 그 가능성을 깨워서 꽃피게 해주는데 이것이 바로 리더십이다라고 이야기했습니다. 오늘 우리 국제 심포지엄은 혁신과 포용의 시대, 무용 리더십이라는 주제를 통해서 현재 전 세계에서 관심을 가지고 있는 이 리더의 자질과 역할에 대해 고민하고 이 벤자민 젠더가 언급한 그 리더십이 바로 무용 예술 분야에서 추구하는 것과 다르지 않다는 것을 쉽게 확인할 수 있는 자리가 될 것으로 생각합니다. 국민대학교에서 의미 있는 행사를 할 수 있어서 기쁘게 생각하고 대한무용학회 국제학술 심포지엄을 위해 써주신 우리 문영 회장님 그리고 모든 관계자분들께 그 격려의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘 행사는 무용예술과 학문 발전을 위한 소중한 자리이고 또 무용예술의 미래를 모색하는 중요한 계기가 될 것이라 믿습니다. 앞으로도 국민대학교는 무용예술과 학문의 성장을 지원하고 또 발전시키는데 조금이라도 기여할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 따뜻한 말씀 감사합니다. 국민대학교 정승열 총장님이셨습니다. 자, 다음으로는 저희가 축사 들어볼 텐데요. 잠시 줌에 계신 분들을 위해 안내 말씀드리면 줌 하단에 있는 지구 모양의 쉐입을 누르시면 한국어, 영어를 선택하실 수 있습니다. If you are participating in Zoom, please select a language by clicking Earth-shaped icon at the bottom. 다음으로 그러면 저희 축사 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 유니버설 발레단의 문은숙 단장님 단상위로 오실 텐데요. 직접 여성 리더십을 현장에서 보여주신 멋진 예술가이자 발레리나, 꿈속 같은 발레리나셨습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 유니버설 발레단 단장 문은숙입니다. 인사드리겠습니다. 네, 사단법인 대한무용학회 2023 국제학술대회의 축사를 이렇게 하게 되어서 매우 영광으로 생각합니다. 네, 오늘 무용인들이 모였기 때문에 열기가 정말 남다른 것 같습니다. 오늘은 국제학술대회이기 때문에 제가 지금부터 영어로 축사를 하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분의 너그러운 양해 부탁드립니다. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia Moon, and I am the director of Universal Ballet based here in Seoul, Korea. I am very happy and honored to be here. It is truly an immense honor for me to extend my congratulations at the 2023 International Academic Conference of the Korean Society of Dance, a dance association that has the longest tradition and history in our country. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Chairman Young Moon and other board members of the Korean Society of Dance for the opportunity to present this congratulatory message today. I have a long-standing friendship with Chairman Young Moon, professor of the dance major at Kookmin University, a representative of specialized education in our dance community, and we have planned and produced various events together, such as lecture ballet performances, to bring the art of ballet closer to the general public. I have also been empathetic to and supportive of the professor's advanced vision and various efforts and practices for the development of dance by participating in many of Kookmin University's programs, such as Thursday special lectures, 20th anniversary seminars, and master classes. It was also a great joy to teach students at the dance camp that was held recently this past summer. And I am truly looking forward to participating in this international academic conference titled Age of Innovation and Inclusion, Dance Leadership. Dear leaders and friends, the new leadership paradigm of the 21st century, that is, the leadership of the new era, I believe is relational leadership. Leadership is a relational process in which people work together to bring about changes that can make a difference and benefit the common good. In each and every situation, the relationship with each individual is unlikely to be fully explained by any theory, but will have to be approached sometimes collectively, sometimes individually, and will have to be flexible and resilient in every moment. From a life focused on personal achievements as a dancer, the challenges of being director of Universal Ballet and other organizations required me to make constant changes in my leadership, which in turn led to the development of the organization. Leadership that can read the changes of the times, inspire new visions, and pursue innovative changes and challenges. In other words, providing members with higher levels of motivation and value to pursue common goals beyond individual understanding was never an easy task. But I feel that my training as a dancer prepared me for such challenges. Dance gave me a sense of purpose and taught me the importance of patience, perseverance, and performance, as well as how to collaborate and cooperate with others. Dancers train and discipline themselves daily to recreate and design a different and better version of themselves, learning at a very young age to be flexible and innovative, not only physically, but also in mind and spirit. And from my experience, these qualities helped me greatly in my leadership roles. I am very impressed by the range of scholars who are participating in the presentations and discussions at today's conference. I have no doubt that this international academic conference, where global scholars of leadership and entrepreneurship, as well as dance scholars, come together to form a discourse on the leadership of the dance world, is sure to resonate greatly within the dance community. I truly hope that the many young leaders who are here today will benefit greatly from the insights of today's conference. Last but not least, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Korean Society of Dance for organizing and preparing today's event on the theme of dance leadership for the future of dance art in society, and also to Kookmin University President Chung Seung-yeol for his wholehearted support. Once again, I sincerely congratulate the hosting of the 2023 Korean Society of Dance International Academic Conference and wish for the continued development of the association and the good health of its members, as well as all who are participating today here and abroad. Thank you very much.
네, 우리 문은숙 단장님의 따뜻한 축사 감사히 들었습니다. 자, 본격적으로 학회를 시작하기 전에 잠시 귀빈 여러분들을 안내해드리고 싶은데요. 잠시 일어나셔서 인사를 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 아까 멋지게 무대를 열어주셨던 우리 국민대학교 정승열 총장님이십니다. 네, 방금 또 멋진 스피치를 해주신 우리 문은숙 단장님이십니다. 네, 국민대학교 예술대학 옥상훈 학장님께서도 자리해 주셨습니다. 종합예술연구소 이미영 소장님께서도 자리해 주셨습니다. 대한무용학회 민현주 부회장님 오셨습니다. 역시 대한무용학회 강경모 부회장님 오셨습니다. 우리 고현정 부회장님 자리에 함께 해주셨습니다. 이 밖에도 이미아 이사님 또 여러분들께서 함께 잘해주셔서 이 자리를 지지해주고 계십니다. 자, 또 줌으로도 많은 분들이 참여하고 계신데요. 제가 조금 반복해서 멘트 안내드리겠습니다. 동시통역과 수화통역이 진행되고 있고요. 줌에 계신 분들은 화면 아래에 지구 모양 쉐입을 클릭하시면 번호를 선택하실 수 있습니다. 현장에 계신 분들 1번이 한국어, 2번이 영어입니다. 혹시 리시버를 가지고 계신 분들은 선택하셔서 들으실 수 있겠습니다. 오늘 오전 발표가 4개여서 저희가 조금 바쁘게 제가 진행을 할 건데요. 본격적으로 학술 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째는 국민대학교의 이우진 교수님이십니다. 제목은 Beyond the Boundaries of Art, Art Entrepreneurship and its Impact on Both Professional and Personal Dance Dynamic 이라는 제목으로 우리 예술에서, 무용에서의 기억과 정신에 대해서 이야기해 주시겠습니다.
방금 소개받은 이우진입니다. 여기 계신 분 중에 제가 몸이 제일 유연성이 떨어질 것 같은데 그럼에도 불구하고 제가 오늘 예술의 어떤 그 바운더리를 넘어서서라는 제목으로 여러분들한테 첫 발표를 하게 됐습니다. 우선 저도 역시 사단법인 대한무용학회의 국제학술 심포지엄 개최를 진심으로 축하드리고요. 오늘 같이 제 발제 토론을 해주실 윙클러 교수님은 아마 제가 그 미국의 UCSB 학회에서 만난 적이 있는 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 샌디에고의 오주연 교수님 역시 토론해 주셔서 감사합니다. 제가 아까 제가 제일 유연성이 떨어지는 것 같다고 말씀을 드렸는데 부끄럽지만 그래서 발레랑 굉장히 무용과 거리가 있는 사람인 것 같지만 또 사실 그렇지는 않습니다. 그래서 생각해 보면 저희 딸아이가 또 발레를 하고 있는데 지금 고등학생인데 5살 때부터 이렇게 계속 발레를 해왔습니다. 뭐 최근 2-3달은 쉬고 있는데 그러다 보니까 5살 때부터 계속 이 무용 용품 사러 다니고 발레 토 슈즈 이렇게 사러 다니고 와이프가 이렇게 발레 토 슈즈 꼬매는 거 보면서 저도 이렇게 딸아이를 키워와서 이 무용 분야에 조금 더 애착이 있는 것도 사실인 것 같습니다. 그러다 보니 이제 또 저는 이제 경영대에서는 저희 취창업 관련된 일들을 해서 보직을 맡고 봉사를 하고 있습니다. 그러다 보니 우리 딸아이가 만약에 발레로 전공을 하게 된다면 어떤 취업 길이 이제 앞으로 열릴까 이런 것들을 같이 얘기해보고 하는 시간들을 많이 가졌었습니다. 그래서 오늘 제가 하는 발표의 내용들은 저는 이제 기업가 정신, 벤처 이쪽 분야에서 교육과 연구를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이 분야에서 볼 때 이 예술 분야에서의 어떤 바운더리를 넘어설 수 있는 부분들은 무엇일까? 이런 것들은 어떤 고민이 있고 문제가 있을까? 제가 보는 시각으로 여러분들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그래서 뭐 이게 제가 뭐 깊이 연구한 리서치 주제는 아니지만 그래도 뭐 저 나름대로의 어떤 퀘스천을 가지고 이 발제를 좀 풀어 나가려고 했고요. 우선은 보시면은 왼쪽에 있는 저 표를 보시면 교육부에서 취업에 대한 부분, 취업률 통계에 대한 부분들이 나와 있습니다. 그래서 아까 말씀드렸듯이 제가 경영대에서 이제 취업 관련된 보직을 맡아서 봉사를 하고 있다 보니 취업에 관련된 어떤 부분들이 저한테는 굉장히 민감한 사항들입니다. 그리고 또 저희 딸아이가 성장을 해가지고 나중에 이제 발레로 어떤 취업 전선에 들어갈까 이런 것도 저 스스로의 고민이기도 하고요. 그래서 취업률을 보면 대학의 취업률, 그 위에 파란색 그림은 대학과 대학원을 합친 취업률은 보통 한 67% 된다고 이렇게 나와 있고 대학을 졸업한 사람들은 한 64% 정도 취업률을 보이고 있습니다. 이게 전체 평균이고요. 그 밑에를 보면 이제 노란색으로 표시를 해놨는데 예체능 분야라고 이렇게 묶여 있습니다. 예체능 분야는 뭐 66%, 62% 뭐 이렇게 해가지고 그리 나쁘지 않은 편인 것 같습니다. 그래서 전체 취업률 그리고 전공 대비 취업률을 봐도 예체능 분야는 그렇게 뭐 취업률이 다른 타 과에 비해서 뭐 떨어진다고 보여지지는 않습니다. 근데 우측에 저 문체부에서 나온 표를 보면 이 문체부에서 나온 표는 이제 소득 수준입니다. 그래서 실제 취업을 하고 소득 수준. 그래서 예술 분야의 소득 수준을 보면 맨 밑에 이제 평균을 보면 거의 80만 원 수준으로 이렇게 보입니다. 월 80만 원이고 연으로는 한 1,000만 원이 안 되는 소득 수준을 보여주고 있습니다. 이 예술 분야도 사실은 굉장히 다양하게 있죠. 근데 이 예술 분야에서도 또 무용 분야를 보시면 이렇게 노란색으로 표시를 해놨는데 가장 낮습니다. 가장 낮고 월 임금을 보면 뭐 50만 원 수준이고 달러로는 한 400불 정도 되는 것 같고요. 연 소득을 보면 한 700만 원이 좀 안 되는 걸로 나와 있죠. 그래서 생각을 해보면 이게 취업률로 보면 취업 시장에 들어가는 사람들은 뭐 다른 타과에 비해서 평이한 수준이라고 할 수 있겠지만 물론 더 높아지면 좋겠죠. 그런데 실질적으로 그 안을 보면 이 질적인 그 일자리의 질적인 부분은 굉장히 낮은 수준이라고 우리가 좀 추측을 해볼 수가 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 이런 부분을 볼 때 우리가 제 딸아이만 봐도 무용을 전공해가지고 5살 때부터 무용을 전공해가지고 지금까지 온다는 거는 학교 끝나고 무용 학원에 갔다가 밤늦게 오고 이런 것들을 반복하면서 대학에서 이제 전공을 해서 또 4년 동안 무용을 전공한 다음에 이제 취업 전선에 나가게 되는데 그러고 났을 때 과연 우리가 그거에 합당한 그런 노력에 합당한 부분의 이제 보상을 받을 수 있을까 이런 부분들이 굉장히 좀 의문이 들었고 또 이런 부분들이 사실은 어떤 대학의 기능과 또 연결되지 않을까라고 좀 생각이 들었습니다. 그래서 보면 뭐 이렇게 연구 주제라기보다는 스스로 이제 질문을 해보면 그럼 과연 고등교육의 무용 분야에서 고등교육이 가지고 있는 어떤 가치는 무엇일까, 의미는 무엇일까? 왜냐하면 여기 앉아 계신 분들도 계시겠지만 대부분의 무용하시는 분들은 또 공통적인 고민을 갖고 있을 것 같기도 하고요. 또 이제 저는 기업가 정신 분야에 있다 보니까 그럼 예술 분야에서 이런 기업가 정신의 어떤 필요성은 과연 있는가, 그건 무엇일까 이런 부분들을 좀 생각을 하게 되었습니다. 그래서 우선 저희가 선행 연구를 좀 살펴봤습니다. 선행 연구를 살펴보니 사실 기업가 정신이 무엇이냐라고 하면 뭐 이렇게 기업가 정신은 정신이 아니다 이런 말도 있죠. 그러니까 기업가 정신을 약간 뒤에 정신자가 붙어서 정신이라고 좀 착각하게 만드는 단어기도 한데 사실 기업가 정신은 새로운 가치를 창출하는 뭐 과정이나 행동을 의미합니다. 그래서 이런 기업가 정신은 융합 형태로 굉장히 잘 나타나고 있고요. 경영대를 중심으로 뭐 공학이나 아니면 뭐 디자인이나 이런 부분들과 융합 형태의 교육 아니면 성과 부분들이 이제 나타나고 있는데 최근에는 예술 분야에서도 이런 기업가 정신이 이렇게 접목이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 아트 안터프로너십이라고 이렇게 되는데 예술 기업가 정신, 근데 또 줄여서 아트프로너십이라고 하기도 합니다. 그런 이런 예술 분야의 기업가 정신은 어떤 정의를 가지고 있나 좀 살펴보면 뭐 예술 분야가 약간 창의성을 갖고 있다는 것은 모두 일반인들도 다 아는 부분입니다. 그래서 예술 분야가 가지고 있는 뭐 창의성을 바탕으로 새로운 가치를 창출하고 아까 말씀드렸던 고용에 대한 부분들이 잘 안 풀리는 부분들인 것 같은데 전문적인 고용 창출을 이루는 것이라는 뭐 선행 연구도 이렇게 제시가 되고 있고 또 자율성하고 창조성을 갖고 어떤 경제적 가치, 시장의 경제적 가치를 창출하는 경영 과정이라고 제시가 되기도 하고 또 이제 기업이라고 부르는 조직, 그런 기업 조직을 구성해서 예술 분야의 어떤 새로운 장르를 열어가는 활동이라고 보여지기도 합니다. 그래서 이런 부분들이 이제 많은 예시가 있을 텐데요. 아마 보신 분들도 있겠지만 리버댄스라는 어떤 큰 뮤지컬이 있습니다. 이 뮤지컬이 아이리시의 어떤 문화 산업을 대표하는 뮤지컬인데 이 리버댄스가 나오고 나서 로드 오브 더 댄스 그 이 뒤에도 아이리시의 문화 산업을 대표하는 많은 이런 좋은 공연들이 이렇게 개발이 되어 있습니다. 근데 이 리버댄스와 로드 오브 더 댄스를 좀 자세히 들여다보면 뭐 아마 여기서 보신 분들도 있고 브로드웨이 가서도 보신 분들도 있고 미국이나 그 런던에서도 굉장히 크게 공연을 해서 성공한 공연으로 꼽히는 아이리시의 전통 문화 예술 산업 중에 하나인 것 같습니다. 그런데 이 부분들이 사실은 전통 무용과 아이리시 전통 무용과 전통 민요에서부터 시작이 돼서 저렇게 이제 발전이 되고 개발이 되어 왔다고 합니다. 그런데 이런 부분들이 발전되어 오는 과정도 사실은 쉽지가 않았던 것 같습니다. 그래서 왜냐하면 전통적인 어떤 예술이라는 틀을 깨고 그것들을 넘어서는 것에 대한 비판도 분명히 아이리시 사람들 안에서도 있었을 것이고, 지금까지도 그런 비판이나 이게 아이리시의 정체성에 맞냐 이런 부분들이 논의되고 있는 걸 보면 그 내부에서도 어떤 예술의 틀을 깨는 건 쉬운 문제가 아니었다고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 보면 많은 선행 연구, 특히 제가 재밌게 본 것은 왼쪽에 있는 저 크리에이티브 안트로프너십 인 더 아트라는 부분에서 아까 말씀드린 리버 댄스와 로드 오브 더 댄스를 다룬 부분들인데요. 이런 부분들이 하나의 예술 분야에서 기업가 정신을 발현한 케이스로 보여진다. 그리고 그런 부분들은 전통성이라는 부분들의 어떤 비판을 넘어서서 새로운 것들을 만들고 새로운 것들을 만들어서 혁신을 한 다음에 대중성을 얻고 그걸 이용해서 이제 경제적 가치까지 창출한 좋은 사례라고 이렇게 보여지고 있습니다. 이런 부분들이 이제 우리 학교에서도 많이 일어나고 있습니다. 우리 학교에서도 이제 새로운 총장님이 오시면서 기업가 정신, 융합 교육 이런 부분들을 많이 강조해 주셨고, 또 문영 교수님께서는 실제로 우리 학교에 있는 공연예술학부 무용 전공에서 예전에 이제 벤처하는 발레리나라는 어떤 슬로건을 갖고 후학 양성들을 하고 계신데, 그 중에 가장 좋은 케이스들이 바로 이렇게 아컴 이런 회사와 ABC 랩이라는 회사가 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 이 아컴이라는 회사는 문화예술 벤처 기업이라고 우리가 할 수가 있겠고요. ABC 랩은 예술 교육 분야의 컨텐츠 엑셀러레이터라고 이렇게 활동을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 소셜 벤처기도 하고요. 소셜 벤처는 사회 문제를 해결하면서 경제적 가치 창출도 동시에 하는 기업들 형태를 이야기하고 있습니다. 그래서 아컴의 활동들을 보면 대기업과 연계해서 이렇게 기업 연계 안전 교육들을 하고 있습니다. 네, 사진 나오니까 좋으시죠? 네. 이렇게 멤버들입니다. 훌륭한 멤버들이 실제 무용을 전공한 멤버들이 이렇게 벤처기업을 만들고 벤처기업이 대기업과 연계해서 아이들한테 저런 교육 프로그램들을 제시하고 있습니다. 생각해 보시면 어린이 교통 안전 교육을 그냥 어린이들을 앉혀놓고 교통 안전 교육을 하면 얼마나 지루하겠습니까? 근데 무용과 이렇게 몸을 섞어서 행동을 하면서 교육을 할 수 있는 프로그램들을 대기업과 연계해서 이렇게 시장에서 만들어내고 있고요. 여러 가지 프로그램 중에 하나를 소개해드렸습니다. 그리고 우리 ABC 랩은 지금 최근 가장 유행하는 이제 테크놀로지를 결합해서 컨텐츠를 좀 생산을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 무용을 하면은 각가지 어떤 구조적인 모양이 있을 텐데 그런 부분들을 인공지능으로 춤추는 히치하이커 이런 컨텐츠를 만들어서 머신러닝과 결합해서 이런 교육 컨텐츠, 예술 교육 컨텐츠들을 생산해내고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 부분들이 우리한테는 굉장히 큰 어떤 의미로 다가오지 않나 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 기업가 정신이라는 부분이 새로운 가치 창출을 하고 새로운 어떤 직업을 만들어내고 새로운 일자리를 창출할 수 있는 부분으로서 예술 분야와 접목이 되는 것이 가장 좋은 어떤 효과를 나타낸다고 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 그래서 좀 정리를 해보면 우리가 아트 안트로프너십, 그러니까 예술의 기업가 정신 교육이 필요하다는 것은, 고등교육에서 예술 기업가 정신이 필요하다는 것은 이미 많은 어떤 요구가 되어지고 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 예술이라는 분야를 좀 곰곰이 생각해 보면 기본적으로 어떤 창의성, 예술적인 창의성을 내포하고 있고, 그런 부분들이 사실은 어떤 시장의 가치를 만들 수 있는 활동과 좀 잘 밸런스가 된다면 오히려 기업가 정신으로 새로운 기회들을 많이 만들고 창출할 수 있는 분야가 아닐까 생각이 듭니다. 근데 그럼에도 불구하고 우리는 굉장히 큰 장벽이 있습니다. 그 장벽이 바로 기본적으로 예술이 가지고 있는 그 정체성, 이런 부분을 넘어서지 못한다는 부분들인데요. 이런 부분들은 이제 선행 연구에서도 많이 지적이 되고 있고, 그런 부분 때문에 또 새로운 교육이 들어갈 자리가 없다고 이렇게 얘기를 하고 있습니다. 근데 최근에는 그런 것들을 깨려고 하는 어떤 노력들이 무용 분야에서도 많이 일어나고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 최근에 본 거는 발레와 피트니스를 결합해서 발레핏이라는 것들도 있는 것 같고요. 발레핏을 부정적으로 보는 시각도 있지만 사실은 또 다른 시장의 가치를 창출한다는 측면에서는 기업가 정신과 좀 맞닿아 있다고 생각이 듭니다. 또 최근에 본 거는 이제 힙합과 발레를 이렇게 접목해서 힙레라고 하죠. 힙레. 그래서 힙합으로 어떻게 힙합 음악에 발레 춤을 추지라고 생각을 했었는데 그런 부분들이 이제 대중적인 어떤 사랑을 받으면서 대중성을 좀 높이고 대중성이 높아지니까 또 경제적 가치도 창출할 수 있는 기회가 생기고 하는 부분들이랑 연결이 되는 것 같습니다. 그래서 최종적으로는 이런 기업가 정신이나 어떤 경영에 대한 부분들을 같이 접목해서 그리고 이 무용 분야에 접목을 해서 그리고 실제 현장에서 일하는 어떤 산업계 종사자들하고 같이 이 세 팀이 하나가 돼서 교육 과정을 개발하고 이런 교육 과정을 개발하면서 또 후학을 양성하고 사람들이 새로운 길을 찾고 새로운 기회를 찾는 것이 기업가 정신과 예술 분야가 접목돼서 나타날 수 있는 우리의 좋은 미래가 아닐까 생각을 하면서 여기서 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 국민대학교 이효진 교수님의 발제 잘 들었습니다. 다음 순서는 저희가 네 분의 학자가 줌으로 연결되어 있는데요. 혹시 연결 상황을 한번 좀 확인해 볼까요? 네, 저희 컬럼비아 대학교 아놀드 연구소의 네 분의 학자가 다음 발표를 준비해 주셨습니다. 바바라 바쇼 교수님, 에드워드 워버튼 교수님, 질 그룬드스트롬 교수님, 크리스토퍼 휴스턴 교수님이 함께 다음 발제를 준비해 주셨습니다. 발제의 제목은 Mapping Leadership Studies in Dance and Dance Education 이라는 제목으로 오늘의 발제를 준비해 주셨습니다. 화면에 보이고 계신데요. Hello, can you hear me? 네, 잠시 화면 전환에 시간이 좀 걸릴 것 같습니다. 줌에 계신 분들은 아래 하단에 지구 모양의 아이콘을 클릭하시면 언어를 선택하실 수 있으시고요. Can you hear me, Dr. Bashir? If you click the Earth-shaped icon at the bottom, you can select a language. Hello. Hello, Dr. Warburton. Can you hear me? Hello? Could you please turn on your mic on? 이게 또 온라인의 재미인 것 같습니다. 저희는 공연 전공자여서 이런 또 라이브에서 일어나는 해프닝도 얼마든지 즐겁게 받아들일 수 있을 것 같습니다. 연결 상태가 아무래도 조금 불안정한 상태인 것 같은데요. 한 번 더 다시 시도해 주시겠어요? Hi, Dr. Overton. Johan.
Can you hear us?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I can hear you very well. Yeah.
Can you hear us? Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you're ready, let's get started.
Okay.
Hi.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Could you please introduce yourself to our Korean audience here?
Yes. Hello and welcome to Mapping Leadership Studies in Dance Education. I'm Dr. Barbara Bashaw, Director of the Doctoral Program in Dance Education at Teachers College, Columbia University, and Executive Director of the Arnhold Institute for Dance Education Research, Policy, and Leadership. With me today are my Teachers College doctoral students and co-investigators, Jill Grunstrom and Christopher Houston, as well as Dr. Ted Warburton, Senior Research Associate of the Arnhold Institute. I'd like to take a moment to thank Jody Arnhold for her generous support of the Arnhold Institute, which seeks to cultivate experts worldwide who are passionate about making dance education accessible, inclusive, equitable, and excellent, particularly for children, families, and K-12 schools, and experts who are eager to forge new pathways in dance education through preparing the next generation of teachers, shaping educational leadership and policy, and contributing to new knowledge in the field of education through research. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Young Moon, who exemplifies this vision in South Korea, and who we are delighted to collaborate with as a valued research associate for the Arnhold Institute at Teachers College, Columbia University. Thank you, Dr. Moon. According to social scientists, leadership matters. But what is leadership? While leadership is one of social science's most examined phenomena, that question continues to be a challenging one to answer. Notably, over the past 2 decades, there has been a growing call to use arts-based concepts and methods to better understand and develop leadership. Although much has been written about the art of leadership, there remains a paucity of theory and research on leadership in the arts, which is especially true in the fields of dance and dance education. The purpose of this paper is to redress this situation by addressing what we currently know about studies in dance leadership and to advocate for more research on it. Our goal is threefold. First, to present new findings using bibliometrics as a review methodology. Second, to stimulate a discussion on the empirical study of dance leadership. And third, engage colleagues in the identification of potential gaps in the literature itself. So how does one define leadership? Everyone seems to agree that leadership is vital for effective organizational and societal functioning. But while leadership is often easy to identify in practice, it's difficult to define precisely. Given its complexity, a specific and widely accepted definition of leadership does not exist and might never be found. Nevertheless, the literature on leadership studies seems to suggest that leadership in principle can be defined in terms of an influencing process and its resultant outcomes that occurs between leaders and followers, how this influencing process can be explained by dispositional characteristics and behaviors, perceptions, and attributions, and the context in which the influencing occurs. As dance educators who have served in leadership roles, we are particularly interested in research literature that can answer questions such as, when did interest in research in dance leadership begin? What sectors have been studied and how? Who are the conversants and what are the topics under investigation? How is the intellectual structure taking shape? What ideas are most influential and where is the conversation happening? We must acknowledge that only contributions in English were considered in our study, which we believe is problematic when drawing general conclusions about leadership. Several international commenters have noted that English has long been established as a dominant language in humanistic and scientific dissemination, from conferences to peer-reviewed publications, often with healthy representation of English as second language researchers making substantial contributions. However, when leadership studies are concentrated in a set of Anglo-American and Australian European literatures, these perspectives likely reflect the social cultural values and policy concerns of their societies. Consequently, it is likely that unseen cultural biases arising from the geographic sources of this literature could curb the broader applicability of findings. Thus, we hope that our study will inspire increased international collaboration, not only to fill in the gaps in the leadership itself, but also to encourage empirical study globally.
In the first quarter of 2022, we devised a search strategy for the purposes of bibliometric and content analysis, focusing on publications in the Web of Science core collection, as well as in the arts and humanities collections in the EBSCO databases. EBSCO and World of Science were chosen as they are considered by many to be the world's most trusted citation indices for scientific and scholarly research. For our search criteria, the combination of terms arts leadership or arts leadership development and arts-based and dance worked best. Our final data set mainly comprised peer-reviewed articles, books, doctoral, and master's theses. Applying our selection criteria resulted in a data set of 132 documents. In this paper, we focus on a subset of 33 published works on leadership in dance and dance education, English language only. To analyze our dataset quantitatively, we use literature mapping tools. These tools include lit maps, which enables the construction of interactive citation maps to visualize the connections between authors, papers, and topics. We also used VOS Viewer, a network analysis tool, to create visual representation or network maps of the relationships between multiple features of the knowledge base. To go beyond the structural information and mapping yielded from the bibliometric methods, we content coded the dataset qualitatively. To code the dataset qualitatively, documents were allocated among the team members using a proforma template based on Gallivan and Gallivan methodology to sort publications in terms of outcomes and synthesizing them into emerging themes and categories. Driven by various forms of citation analyses, bibliometric methodologies allow one to discern the relative influence of research documents and how those documents cluster together into networks. These methods allow one to discern the relative influence of research documents and how those documents cluster together in networks. They can reveal patterns and trends in the field discourse often hidden from typical literature reviews, illuminating the underlying intellectual structure and invisible connections of communications among scholars.
When did research interest in dance leadership begin? The evolution of the dance leadership dataset began with a total of 6 published documents spanning 2001 to 2011. We found no articles or books dedicated to dance leadership prior to 2001. It then more than quadrupled to a total of 27 documents across 2012 to 2022. Content analysis of the 33 articles shows research has focused on 4 sectors: public and private PK through 12 education, public and private post-secondary education, arts professionals and nonprofit organizations, and business and corporate settings. Early studies of dance leadership focused almost exclusively on higher education settings. So what sectors are being studied and with what methods? As shown in Table 1, we found sectors spanned arts professional to educational and business areas. Across all sectors, the methodological approaches have been primarily qualitative or conceptual. Content analysis showed that a majority of qualitative studies used phenomenological interpretive methods, from autoethnographic to case studies, relying heavily on interviews and self-report as the primary data collection techniques. Conceptual studies tended to employ abstract concepts and ideas, relying on the analysis of available information on a given topic to make an argument or guide the development of curricular frameworks. We also found a pervasive pattern of adopting existing theories of leadership to describe the phenomenon being studied, with transformational leadership and creative leadership predominating. Finally, studies using dance as a metaphor for leadership often failed to discuss dance as a discrete domain of knowledge, or to include dance experts in their investigations. What ideas are most influential, and where is the conversation happening? Highly cited researchers in the dance leadership dataset focus on 3 areas: arts-based methods and creativity, leadership, education and learning, and organizational theory and practice. Table 2 shows the top 10 most cited articles, with 1 highly influential article. The pattern of the remaining articles shows far fewer citations, suggesting a relatively thin citation network and correspondingly weak intellectual structure in the dataset. The geographic distribution of research is also notable, with Australia and European countries publishing the majority of articles. Additionally, exactly half of the top 10 articles used dance as a metaphor for leadership, but do not explicitly discuss leadership in dance. The earliest, most cited article is the sole quantitative study in the dataset. And finally, these important documents were primarily published in mainstream leadership and management outlets. Only 1 article was published in a dance-specific outlet. Figure 1 displays the historiographic map of the dance leadership dataset. This map highlights the influence of Ropo and Sauer's 2008 theoretical essay, Dances of Leadership. Ropo and Sauer argue that through aesthetics, artistic practices, and their metaphorical use, researchers can better understand the relationship between academic leadership theory and action. By aesthetic approach, these authors mean the experiential way of knowing that emphasizes human senses and the corporeal nature of social interaction in leadership. That is, they discuss how leadership could look, sound, and feel when seen via the artistic metaphor of dance. One can see how and where knowledge production has intersected and interacted between authors and documents over time. For example, we find the theorist Klaus Springborg collaborating with Brigitte Biel-Missal on a special issue, Dance Organization and Leadership, for the international peer-reviewed journal Organizational Aesthetics. A total of 4 of 10 articles in this issue cite Ropo and Sauer, with the role of aesthetics and the rise of embodiment as explanatory concepts looming large. This attention to knowledge production stands in direct contrast to the very first special issue on leadership in dance. Herein, only one article, Leading by Design, cited any literature on leadership, and it cited only one article, Darwin Prelu's 2001 Leadership in the Arts and Higher Education. Prelu's case study of leaders in dance is notable for being the earliest study of dance leadership in our dataset. Given the lack of citation practices in our field, it is perhaps no surprise that most dance researchers have built their intellectual structures on the foundation of research from the larger fields of leadership studies and leadership development.
To conclude our analysis, we asked who are the conversants in dance leadership and what are the main topics of conversation. We employ bibliographic coupling using keyword co-occurrence analysis, which provides analytical implications beyond historiographic citation analysis. Nominally, authors are asked to provide subject keywords as a tool to help indexers and search engines find relevant papers for researchers. For our purposes, we want to explore documents considered coupled by author-defined keywords because this analysis represents how the ideas, topics, and content of those documents overlap, which tells us about the strength of interest in and co-occurrence of the subjects under study. Co-occurrence analysis is based on keywords contained in the documents, thereby offering a fine-grained image of the composition of the knowledge base linked to our previous analyses. The co-occurrence search found 101 different keywords, with the 15 most frequently co-occurring keywords selected for display here in Figure 2. This map represents closely related keywords in 4 main clusters, sharing thematic similarities or co-occurrence, showing strength of interest in different areas of leadership and leadership development in dance. The curved lines are used to indicate keyword relations between papers. That is, the larger the number of articles that use both leadership and collaboration as keywords, the stronger the connection as shown by the curved lines. Unsurprisingly, the most commonly occurring keywords were dance and leadership. These terms occurred in 19 of the 33 articles, 58%. While the keywords may seem unremarkable, these findings reinforce the centrality of these concepts in the literature. Coupling Cluster 1 includes the following terms: dance, experiential learning, leadership, metaphor. This cluster includes articles that focus on leading through the arts, that is, the use of dance as a metaphor and as an experiential method for arts-based leadership development. It also includes articles that focus on leading in the arts. For example, observing leadership behavior in dance training and pedagogy, and arts-based research in dance. Coupling Cluster 2 includes the following terms: administration, female leadership, higher education. Two noteworthy trends emerge from the documents in Cluster 2. Whereas diversity and inclusion have become a burgeoning topic in mainstream organizational behavior research, there remains a lack of theory and research on women, minority, and LGBTQ+ in the general leadership and leadership development conversation. In dance leadership circles, however, the attention to culture and diversity begins from the earliest study and continues through to the very latest studies in our data set. Likewise, we find evidence of gender as a central concern in the dance leadership dataset, with questions about leadership opportunities for women and examples of their unique impact as leaders in organizations. Coupling Cluster 3 includes the following terms: advocacy, creative leadership, creativity, interdisciplinary, transformational leadership. With a focus on practical applications of theories of leadership and leadership development, Cluster 3 is a mix of more mainstream and alternative approaches. On the one hand, we found an abiding concern for access and equity, leadership outcomes, and social recognition. This conversation thread notes a pressing need for developing arts-based curricula for leadership education and advocating for the arts as a site of creative leadership. Alternatively, several researchers were more interested in exploring how arts leaders can embody a particular leadership style, for example, creative or transformational. The process of developing a leader identity and the role of emotional intelligence in guiding not-for-profit arts organization. Coupling Cluster 4 includes the following terms: collaboration, education, and performing arts. The fourth cluster consists of those investigators interested in the big questions, such as the nature of dance as a performing arts discipline and its potential for addressing organizational change. Authors examined self-reflexive and collaborative methodologies as it relates to unique leadership models in the arts, such as dual leadership practices and the potential for arts-based leadership training to address larger institutional goals, more complicated structural challenges, and changing needs of followers.
Our literature review of dance leadership shows a relatively small corpus of diverse studies, first published in the early 2000s, that has grown somewhat but has limitations. We found a sustained attention in dance to culture, diversity, and gender from the earliest studies through the most recent studies of leadership. There was also an abiding concern for access and equity and enduring interest in the discipline of dance as a site for uniquely collaborative and relational models of leadership. There is a need to increase interest in the leadership in our field, however. Some authors noted a reluctance to pursue leadership education or to participate in the exercise of leadership. A subtext of this research suggested an absence of efforts that might help minimize possible reluctance to step up to leadership positions, increase confidence in one's abilities to lead, and contribute to a more distributed role switching from follower to leader identities and vice versa. Moreover, while interest in dance leadership appears to be growing, there is little evidence of a critical mass of research to support a distinct academic field globally. An important limitation in our study arises from our inclusion criteria. By necessity, we excluded important areas of investigation related to the arts, leadership, and society. For example, a growing area of interest, at least since 2004, has been the construction and critique of cultural leadership. More significantly, by searching English-only databases, we found few articles published from regions such as Africa, Asia, or Latin America, presumably due to many factors, including language barriers. It appears our field has yet to recognize a knowledge base that reflects the global diversity of leadership practices. Therefore, we believe that the single greatest challenge facing our field in the coming decades lies in producing a cross-culturally valid knowledge base with global relevance. We must fill in the gaps of our understanding with international cooperation and research collaborations. Thank you.
네, 네 분의 발제 잘 들었습니다. 바바라 바스표 교수님, 에드워드 워버튼 교수님, 질 그룬드스트롬 교수님, 크리스토퍼 휴스턴 교수님 함께 연구해 주시고 귀중한 내용을 함께 공유해 주셔서 감사합니다. 이제 장례를 잠깐 정리해야 되는데요. 저희가 디스커션 세션이 있어서 앞선 두 발제에 대한 토론이 진행되겠습니다. 잠깐 무대 위로 저희가 좀 세팅이 시작될 거라서 양해를 부탁드립니다. 두 가지 발표 들으셨는데 어떠셨을까요? 네, 뭔가 새로운 인사이트를 얻게 된 것 같아서 오늘 공부를 많이 하고 가는 것 같은데요. 우리 이우진 교수님의 발제에는 저희가 어떻게 무용의 창의적 노력들이 좀 문화 산업으로 진행이 될 수 있을까라는 그런 인사이트를 얻었다면, 또 우리 아놀드 연구소의 발제에서는 이렇게 리더십 연구를 자체에 대해서 매핑을 하다 보니까 어떤 것들이 여기서 주변화되고 있었었는지, 또 우리가 어떤 리더십에 대해서만 초점을 맞추고 있었었는지 그런 생각과 질문을 또 하게 되었습니다. 중요한 아이디어를 함께 공유해 주셔서 감사하고요. 국제적인 네트워킹과 노력이 필요하다는 말씀에 진심으로 공감이 됩니다. 중요한 의지를 저에게 공유해 주셔서 감사드리고요. 이어서 무대 위에서 디스커션을 하도록 하겠습니다. 저희 네, 무대가 진행이 되고 있을까요? 우리 무대 위의 현장에는 우리 이우진 교수님 자리해 주셨고요. 지리자로는 아이오나 대학의 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님 줌에 자리해 주고 계십니다. 그리고 두 번째 우리 아놀드 연구소의 발제는 우리 서혜원 교수님 무대에 올라오셔 계시고요. 그리고 또 이성희 교수님, 국민대학교 이수환 교수님 와 계십니다. 저 굉장히 빠르게 저희가 셋업이 됐는데요. 온라인에 계신 분들은 잘 들리실까요? 네, 그러면 저희 첫 번째 순서였던 우리 이유진 교수님의 발제에 대한 질의 먼저 들어보겠습니다. 혹시 아이오나 대학의 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님 연결되어 계실까요? 아직 연결 상태가 조금 시간이 걸릴까요? 네, 그럼 오주연 교수님, 샌디에고 유니버시티의 오주연 교수님 연결되셨을까요? 네, 저희가 화면에 잘 보이고 계시는데요. 마이크를 좀 켜주시겠습니까?
네. Can you hear me?
네, 잘 들립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 샌디에고 주립대학의 교수로 임명 중인 오주연이라고 합니다. Hello everyone, I'm Juyeon Oh. I'm an associate professor of dance theory at San Diego State University. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'd like to address a question to Dr. Lee. I'm a graduate of Ewha Women's University and also Sunhwa Art School in South Korea. And I think I decided to pursue my PhD in the United States because I couldn't find a stable job in South Korea. But nowadays, social media is thriving, and I think there's a lot of small business opportunity for young dancers, such as YouTuber or Instagram or even TikTok. So can you share some of the successful examples of dance entrepreneurs or even leadership on social media? Thank you.
네, 저 현장에 계신 여러분들도 리시버 1번 누르시면 한국어 진행됩니다. 자.
네, 오주연 교수님 이제 밤 시간일 텐데 이렇게 참여해 주셔서 질문해 주셔서 감사하고요. 좀 말씀하신 것처럼 한국에서는 저 무용 관련 일자리를 찾을 수 없어서 다시 미국 가가지고 그렇게 박사학위를 하셨다는 말에 마음이 매우 아픕니다. 자, 그런데 사실 그 무용 분야에서도 그런 어떤 벤처를 통해서 새로운 일자리를 창출하거나 고용을 창출하는 경우들이 점점 많아지고 있는 것 같습니다. 매우 다행이고요. 예를 들면 지금 방금 유튜버를 이렇게 뭐 무용한 사람들이 하는 것이 또 하나의 방법이라고 그랬는데, 사실 오늘 아침에 저도 이제 저희 딸한테 물어봤습니다. 무용 전공하고 나서는 뭐가 제일 하면 좋을까라고 물어봤더니 선생님 아니면 유튜버 이렇게 얘기를 하는 겁니다. 그래서 아니 왜 선생님은 선생님과 유튜버는 굉장히 다른 직업 같은데 왜 그렇게 얘기해요? 그러니까 선생님을 할 수 있는 것도 이제 되게 한계가 문이 작잖아요. 그러니까 그런 부분들도 있고, 그 유튜버는 이제 오히려 이제 자기 스스로 뭔가를 창출할 수 있으니까. 그런데 그 얘기를 듣고 오늘 아침에 와가지고 또 다른 교수님하고 얘기를 나누다 보니 유튜버도 이미 이제 굉장히 많은 꽉 찬 들어가기가 어려운 또 관문이 아닌가. 그래서 생각을 해보면 제 주위에 저는 이제 저희 학교의 글로벌 창업 벤처 대학원이라는 곳에 또 부원장을 맡고 있습니다. 그런데 특이하게도 저희 대학원에 발레 전공자가 들어온 적이 있었습니다. 그래서 그 발레 전공자가 기업가 정신 교육을 받고 기업가 정신이나 이제 벤처에 대해서 충분히 이해를 하고 나서 자기가 하고 있는 아카데미 학원을 하고 있는데요. 그 학원을 넘어서서 플랫폼 사업을 또 이렇게 비즈니스로 만들어서 실제 발레 전공자가 이제 플랫폼 사업을 비즈니스를 하는 것을 옆에서 경험을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저도 많은 멘토링을 해주기도 하는데, 그럼 그 플랫폼에서 뭐를 하느냐? 해외에 있는 굉장히 이제 교육을 잘하는 분들의 강연을 한국에서 듣기 어려우니까 그런 것들을 플랫폼에서 이제 연결을 해서 혼자 들을 수 있는 사람들 아니면 집에서 여러 명이서 모여가지고 교육을 자기네끼리 하고 싶은 사람들한테 플랫폼에서 이제 그런 레슨을 제공해 주기도 하고요. 또 혼자 하는 사람들은 자기 이 동작이 맞는지 틀리는지 그런 부분들을 좀 판단하기가 어렵죠. 그래서 발레 그 AI 모션, 아까 우리 ABC 랩하고 조금 겹치는 부분들, 같은 기술이 좀 적용될 것 같은데 AI를 통해서 발레 모션 인식을 해서 자기 자세를 교정하는, 우리 골프 연습장 가면 골프도 자기 자세를 보면서 교정을 할 수 있는 저런 기술들이 많이 접목되어 있습니다. 이와 같이 AI 모션 인식을 통해서 자가 진단 솔루션을 또 플랫폼에서 이렇게 제공하는 사례들도 있습니다. 그래서 발레 전공자들이 이런 벤처를 통해서 새로운 어떤 경제적 가치 창출을 하고 사람들한테 어떤 발레에 대한 어떤 문화 확장을 할 수 있는 계기가 되는 사례가 아닌가 생각을 하고 있습니다.
네, 좋은 답변 감사합니다. 오주연 교수님 답변이 잘 되셨을까요?
네, 감사합니다.
네, 저희가 또 다른 질의자가 계셔서요. 다음으로 또 연결을 해보겠습니다. 아이오나 대학의 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님 연결되셨을까요? 안녕하세요.
Apologies, and sorry for the technical issues earlier. I did hear that it was my cue, but unfortunately I was able to get my technology to work. But I do have a question for Professor Woojin Lee, and it's related to what potential challenges and opportunities do you see when first introducing an entrepreneurship content into a dance education curriculum?
네, 질문 감사합니다. 답변 준비되셨으면 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 어려운 질문 감사드립니다. 네, 그 최근에도 이제 무용 분야에서도 보면 무용 분야에서 경영학을 접목한 교육들이 많이 일어나고 있는 것 같습니다. 그런데 그 접목된 현상들을 보면 단편적으로 경영학 강의를 제공한다거나 하는 부분들이 많이 있는데, 그런 부분들을 조금 어떤 커리큘럼적으로 넘어서는 현재 교육자들의 좀 노력이 좀 필요한 것 같습니다. 그래서 그것을 어떻게 하는지는 구체적으로 저도 이렇게 말씀을 드릴 수는 없지만, 어떤 단편적인 경영 강의를 제시하는 것보다는 실제로 저희가 이제 많은 그 기업가 정신 교육에서 많이 하는 새로운 비즈니스 아이디어를 창출해보고 그걸 갖고 사업 계획을 짜보고 그것들을 현장에서 실험하는 방식으로 좀 교육이 진행되면 좋을 것 같고, 그런데 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 어떤 한계점이라고 한다면 분명히 예술 분야에서 가지고 있는 어떤 그런 기본적인 정체성을 조금 넘는 일들이 필요한 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 이미 예술 분야에서도 전공 안에서 커리큘럼이 꽉 차 있기 때문에 거길 비집고 들어갈 틈이 좀 많이 없다고 생각을 합니다. 근데 그런 부분들을 교육자들이 이제 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 현장의 산업에 있는 분들하고 같이 콜라보레이션을 해서 어떤 분야에서 이런 기업가 정신 교육을 접목시켜 가지고 현재 전공과 새로운 아이디어를 만들어내고 기회를 만들어낼 수 있을지가 가장 큰 도전 과제인 것 같고요. 만약에 그런 부분들이 이제 좀 교육으로 해소가 된다면, 그리고 실제 그 교육을 통해서 어떤 벤처나 새로운 어떤 뭐 경제적 가치 창출할 수 있는 프로젝트들이 개발이 지속적으로 된다면 어떤 고용 창출에 대한 기회들이 조금 더 늘어나지 않을까 그렇게 생각을 합니다.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 그리고 질문에도 감사드립니다. 저희가 좀 현장에서도 질문을 받고 자연스럽게 진행하면 좋은데 아무래도 온라인, 오프라인이 섞여 있다 보니까 조금 질문을 저희가 미리 이렇게 셋업을 해서 진행을 하고 있는 점 양해 부탁드립니다. 나중에 저희가 시간이 허락하는 한 현장에서도 받도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 다음 저희가 발제에 대한 질문도 사전 질문도 좀 진행을 하겠습니다. 바바라 바쇼 교수님, 그리고 워버튼 교수님, 그른스트롬 교수님, 하우스턴 교수님 준비되셨을까요? 첫 번째 질의는 저희 청규주 교육대학교의 서회연 교수님께서 준비해 주셨습니다. 서 교수님 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 서혜원입니다. 저는 그 초등 예비교사를 양성하는 교육대학에서 무용 교육을 지금 20년 동안 담당해 오고 있습니다. 제가 댄스 리더십이나 아니면 교육에 대해서 연구하고 실천에 관심을 갖고 있는 상황에서 지금 본 연구에 대한 질의를 맡게 돼서 굉장히 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 그러면 질의를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 리더십을 더 잘 이해하고 개발하기 위해서는 예술 기반 개념과 방법을 사용한다는 전제에서부터 출발해서 댄스 리더십에 대한 연구의 발전, 설계, 구현에 대한 실증적 연구 동향을 잘 제시를 해 주셨습니다. 그런데 아까 그 연구자가 말씀하셨듯이 이 연구는 영어로 된 출판물에 한해서 분석을 하셨기 때문에 그러면 한국에서의 연구 관련 연구 동향은 어떠한가 하는 게 궁금해졌습니다. 그래서 조금 비교를 제가 해봤습니다. 한국의 경우에는 댄스 리더십 관련해서 100여 편의 학위 논문과 90여 편의 학술 논문을 찾을 수가 있었습니다. 그리고 시기적으로 보면 90년대 초반에서부터 시작해서 점점 확대가 되고 2017년부터 그 수가 확연히 증가되었음을 알 수 있었습니다. 연구의 대부분이 교사의 리더십 유형과 그 영향에 대한 양적 연구가 많았고요. 그리고 리더십 형태라든지 리더십 교육 프로그램에 대한 연구가 진행되었음을 알 수 있었습니다. 이런 유사성과 차이점은 연구자들이 제시한 바와 같이 문화 간 유효한 지식 기반을 생산하고 관련된 연구 협력이 필요함을 나타내고 있습니다. 그러면 이제 제가 실제 질의를 드리고 싶은 내용을 말씀드리겠습니다. 리더십을 더 잘 이해하고 개발하기 위해서는 예술 기반 개념과 방법을 사용해야 한다는 것에 전적으로 동의를 합니다. 연구자들이 아까 100여 편의 연구를 분석하셨다고 했는데요. 그러면 여기에 있는 한국의 많은 무용 교육자들과 무용 리더들에게 어떤 제시하고 싶은 또는 소개하고 싶은 관련 그러한 이상적인 방법이라든지 아니면 교육 프로그램이 있으면 좀 소개를 해주시기를 부탁드립니다.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor, for doing a review of the Korean literature. We're greatly indebted to you, and thank you for that. And thank you for your question about, in a specific example of arts-based concepts and methods, including dance for leadership development. I've asked Christopher Houston if he will answer the first part of your question.
Thank you, Dr. Warburton, and thank you for the question. It's a great question. A lot of arts-based approaches used dance as a metaphor, and so these studies have limited use for our field, in fact. However, one example is Zeichner et al.'s embodiery research. Zeichner believed that more than simply using dance as a metaphor, the concepts of embodiery and embodied leadership explore how the moving body can be a key site for individual and collective creative realizations and communications. For us, Zeichner is gesturing towards an approach that uses discipline-specific ideas in dance to guide emerging leaders. For example, here at Teachers College, Columbia University, we have a course on embodied leadership development that somatically seeks to connect the student's body and brain to build personal and professional leadership, encouraging students to actively engage their embodied, felt experience in solving leadership challenges. Thank you.
Professor Grunstrom, would you like to give another example?
소리가 잘 들리지 않는데요. Could you please turn
Absolutely. Another example that we found in the literature was specifically acknowledging the role and the code shifting that dancers go through and engage with in the transition from leader to follower and back again. For an example, in the role of choreographer and dancer, and how we kind of toggle back and forth between these two roles, sometimes in the same rehearsal period. So looking at that also as a way to continue to develop leadership practices.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 서혜영 교수님 답변이 잘 되셨을까요? 네, 그럼 저희가 또 질의가 상당히 또 많아서요. 바로 옆에 계시네요. 우리 국민대학교 이성희 교수님의 질의를 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 국민대학교 무용전공의 이성희입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 오늘 이우진 교수님 발표에 이어서 콜롬비아 대학의 아놀드 연구소의 교수님들의 발표를 들으면서 저희가 무용 리더십과 관련된 최신의 이슈라던가 이론들, 그다음에 주제들이 어떻게 발전되어 왔는지를 또 이해할 수도 있고, 또 리더십과 관련된 학문적인 지평을 확대하기 위해서 어떤 실천적인 연구와 노력들이 필요한가에 대해서 인식하게 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 이러한 계기를 마련해 주신 우리 발표해 주신 선생님들께 존경과 감사의 마음을 먼저 전하고 싶습니다. 앞서서 발표에서도 말씀해 주셨듯이 오늘 공유해 주셨던 연구 결과는 영어권에서 발표했었던 학술지, 논문들, 그 다음에 단행본들 이런 내용들을 종합해서 분석을 해주고 계십니다. 그래서 관련 내용을 살펴보면서 한국에서는 어떠한 연구들이 이루어지고 있는지 저는 주제 중심으로 조금 더 살펴보았습니다. 그랬을 때 먼저 첫 번째는 굉장히 유사한 지점들이 존재하는데요. 리더십을 개발하는 데 있어서 무용을 포함한 예술교육의 방법론들을 어떻게 적용하면 좋을 것인가에 대한 고민들, 그리고 이것과 관련된 실천적 연구들이 이루어지고 있다는 것입니다. 구체적인 사례를 좀 언급해 보면 제가 소속되어 있는 국민대학교의 경우에는 무용 전공 내에서 우리 무용가들의 리더십을 함양한 청년 예술 CEO나 무용 컨설팅과 관련된 특성화된 교과목들을 운영하고 있습니다. 앞서서 이유진 교수님께서도 지적해 주신 바와 같이 일반적으로 무용가들의 리더십을 개발하는 데 있어서 그냥 무용 수업 따로, 경영 수업 따로 이렇게 듣는 경우들이 일반적으로 많았었는데, 그런 방법들이 아니라 교과목 내에 굉장히 적극적인 통합과 융합 방법을 적용해서 실제로 현장에서 예술교육의 방법, 그리고 무용의 전문성을 활용해서 사회적인 가치를 어떻게 증진시킬 것인가, 구체적인 고민과 현장 중심의 프로젝트 베이스의 실천 활동들을 진행하는 그런 교과목들을 진행을 하고 있습니다. 이런 실천 활동들이 어떻게 운영될 수 있는가, 교육 방법론에 대한 연구들, 그리고 이런 실천 활동들이 정말로 무용가들의 리더십을 견인을 잘 하고 있는가 그런 효과성을 검증하는 연구들이 계속해서 이루어지고 있습니다. 또 두 번째는 오늘 연구 결과 발표에서도 말씀해 주셨던 바와 같이 기존의 리더십 이론들, 서번트 리더십이라던가 변혁적 리더십 그리고 진정성 리더십과 관련된 이론들을 토대로 무용교육 현장에서 활동하고 있는 지도자들의 리더십 유형이 어떻게 되는지 유형화하고 또 무용을 학습하거나 무용을 수행하는 과정에서 관여되는 다양한 변인들 간의 관련성에 대해서 파악하는 연구들이 많이 이루어지고 있습니다. 그래서 조금 차이가 있는 점은 오늘 발표에서 말씀해 주셨던 해외의 연구 결과들은 대체적으로 질적 연구와 이론 연구들이 많이 있다라고 얘기를 해주셨는데 저희는 관련 변인들 간의 관련성을 연구하는 결과물들이 많이 있어서 상대적으로 양적 연구에 연구 방법론을 적용한 결과들이 다수가 존재했다라는 점들입니다. 네, 반면에 조금 상대적으로 진행이 부족한 점은 여성이나 소수 집단, 다양한 성 정체성, 지향성에 기반한 리더십 연구들이 상대적으로 미진하다라는 점입니다. 최근에 사회적으로 다양성이나 포용 이런 이슈들이 굉장히 중요시되고 있기 때문에 적극적으로 고려되어야 하고 연구에서도 우리가 고민할 필요가 있는데 이 부분에 대해서는 한국의 경우에도 상대적으로 미진한 부분들이 존재한다라는 것입니다. 오늘 클러스터 분석 결과에서 공유해 주셨던 부분들과 연결되는 부분이 있는 것 같은데요. 그럼 구체적으로 좀 질문을 드리고 싶은 것은 그 미국의 경우에는 어떠한 그 리더십을 연구하거나 또 실천하는 과정 안에서 성별 이슈가 존재하는지 그리고 연구 안에서 리더십을 연구하는 과정 안에서 고려되어야 하는 구체적인 이슈라던가 그리고 실제로 현장에서 리더십을 발현하거나 뭔가 실천하는 과정 안에서 접근성이나 공평성 측면에서 성별적인 그런 차별이라던가 이슈 같은 것들이 존재한다면 어떤 것들이 있는지 좀 여쭙고 싶었습니다. 선생님들의 의견 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 질의 감사합니다. 자, 답변의 준비가 되셨을까요? 네, 바쇼 교수님.
Yes. Yes. So thank you so much, Dr. Lee. It's wonderful to see you again. And, you know, I think we really feel that Teachers College, Columbia University is a sister institution to Kookmin University in so many ways. We also have a dance leadership curriculum that's embedded directly inside of our doctoral program. And there's a series of 5 courses that fulfill that in the doctoral program because we are think it's really important to be building those future leaders in dance and dance education. And so we feel the sisterhood with Kookmin also having that vision for developing the leaders, the next leaders in dance and dance education as well. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that out of our over 100 articles of literature, there were only about 6 or 7 articles that specifically addressed issues related to gender and specifically to female leaders. And actually my colleague here, Jill Grunstrom, is one of those authors. So I'm going to pass it over to her to tell you a little bit more about what we found and what she found in her research.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bashaw, and thank you so much for this extremely relevant question. One of the articles that I came across in my research, which is part of our study, is centered really around gender roles in leadership in ballet specifically. So due to the highly competitive nature of ballet, female dancers often feel the pressure to limit their participation in potentially career advancing activities beyond just performing. So the article noted that male ballet dancers may not feel the same hesitation to expand their horizons into artistic direction or choreography. and that they may feel more encouraged and free to pursue this beyond their female counterparts, who tend to have to focus a little bit more on their dance training and performance preparation because of the competition. So this results in seeing more ballet dancers provided with the opportunity and time to pursue a choreographic career path or an artistic director career path. And I think a relevant quote from this particular article was that from my conversations with the women choreographers, two main reasons arose for the disproportionate number of men who become choreographers. One, the demands on women in ballet do not leave the time or energy to pursue choreography. And two, women do not choose to become choreographers, but focus instead on becoming principals or soloists within their company. And that was an article written in 2017, named Dancing Up the Glass Escalator.
And Chris, I think you might have a few other comments as well.
I do. Thank you, Dr. Bashaw. Yes, we also found an article written by Reisner and Musso in 2017, and kind of very broadly, they noted in their research themes of support for work, work-life balance, and being actively involved in research, creative activities, and teaching as being important themes when it came to gender in leadership.
So we're very fascinated. We would love to learn more about the studies that you have all conducted in Korea. It's so exciting to hear from you, Dr. Lee, and about what some of those studies have looked at so far. And we really hope we can continue to collaborate to learn more from you and bring that into our own knowledge base here in the US as well. Thank you.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 한국에서도 요즘 성평등 젠더 이슈에 대한 관심이 많아서요. 남자 무용수가 평균 여자 무용수보다 7년 정도 더 활동한다라는 연구 결과를 제가 본 적이 있는데요. 관련해서 계속 우리도 이런 연구가 진행되면 좋겠습니다. 한국의 경우에 아까 양적 연구가 많았다라는 지적해 주셨는데요. 아무래도 또 서구와 달리 짧은 기간 안에 굉장히 급속 성장을 했었기 때문에 강력한 리더십이 가지고 있는 성과, 효용성에 대한 연구들이 많았던 것 같다는 추측을 좀 해보고 있었습니다. 또 대화가 너무 재미있었는데요. 저희가 지금 시간이 조금 여유가 있어서 플로어에서 질문 하나를 좀 받아보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 지금 굉장히 재미있는 대화와 발제들이 있으셔서 저는 개인적으로 네 분의 아놀드 연구소의 분들이 공동 발제하고 답변하시는 모습을 보면서 말씀하시는 체화된 리더십을 그런 공동 발제의 어떤 방식으로 표현하고 계시구나, 굉장히 퍼포먼스 같다라는 생각을 하면서 인상 깊게 보고 있습니다. 객석에 계신 여러분들 혹시 질문 있으실까요? 예, 저기 계시는 우리 선생님 마이크를 좀 주시면 간단히 소개를 부탁드리고요. 오늘 발제해 주셨던 우리 이우진 교수님 혹은 아놀드 연구소의 네 분께 원하시는 질문 해주셔도 좋습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 저 양양은 국민대학교에서 양양은입니다. 괜찮으시면 저는 그 콜롬비아 대학교에 계시는 교수진 분들께 질문 드리고 싶습니다. 그리고
네.
괜찮으면 영어로 질문 드렸으면
네네.
합니다.
저희 아놀드 연구소 교수님 네 분 혹시 화면에 좀 띄워주실 수 있으실까요? 아직 계신지 저희가 좀 확인을 하고, 네네. 잘 들리시죠? 네. 영어로 바로 질문을 해주신다고 하시니까 현장에 계신 분들은 리시버 1번 누르시면 한국말 동시 통역됩니다.
Well, thank you very much for your very organized and also very helpful presentation. I am Young-in Yang from Kookmin University. Can you hear me? I think it. Are you able to hear me? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very exciting to see that these concepts that are arise from this literature are very proactive concepts. So, for example, minority advocacy, transformation, all these concepts are very well exciting, but also very difficult and challenging to kind of achieve. So, and I was very exciting to hear that you have this curriculum called Dance Leadership. So I was wondering whether how these concepts are, well, the ability to embody these concepts, which can be challenging, how these can be transformed into an exciting process through your curriculum. So how your students are building this ability as an exciting concept rather than a challenging one.
So, Christopher, you might be the best person to answer that from a student perspective.
That's a great question. I'm actually in the preparatory stages of formulating the kind of the culmination of the leadership curriculum, which is a praxis project, where you have to identify a gap in practice that you are going to address, and we're being encouraged to make sure that that includes diversity, equity, and inclusion. Actually, that's encouraged at all steps, all the way from curriculum through to leadership, through to the praxis project. We have a phenomenal community of scholars here from various backgrounds and various sectors who we wonderfully get to collaborate with and to direct us in just fantastic ways. It's very, very inspiring. But yeah, the culmination of the leadership curriculum is a praxis project where you go out to make a change. Yeah, that's the next step for me in my leadership journey here at the Arnhold Institute and the doctoral program.
So, so students will develop very individualized, specific projects that are leadership oriented, that connect, as you heard from Chris, connect them with different communities, and that can be those communities really could be pre-existing communities, that could be youth, it could be adult learners, it could be people that are in dance or not in dance, but they develop projects where they work directly within the community that are community-based and will involve thinking about their leadership in critical ways, and how they want to embody that with specific communities. So it's quite varied in how students ultimately frame and proceed with their project.
네, 답변이 되셨을까요? 네, 굉장히 갑작스러운 답변에도 질문에도 멋진 답변 해주셔서 네 분께 감사드립니다. 혹시 하나 정도 더 질문을 받을 짬이 있을 것 같은데 현장에 혹시 질문 더 있으실까요? 네, 그러면 시간 관계상 진행을 그러면 빠르게 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 저희 단상여학위 주신 세 분의 교수님 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네, 저희 질의 시간을 첫 번째 세션, 첫 번째 무대의 질의 시간을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 이제 세 번째의 발제자분께서 줌에서 대기하고 계신데요. 저희 노트름담 대학교의 존 프리먼 교수님이십니다. 저희 온라인상에 잘 연결되고 있는지 한번 확인을 해볼까요? 아직 준비 중이신가요? 네. 오늘 저희 오전에 발제가 아직 더 2개 남았는데 여러분들 조금 스트레칭 한번 하시면서 네, 나머지 2개의 발제들도 함께 즐겨주시기 바랍니다. 저희가 국제학술대회다 보니까 시차 때문에 오전에 조금 지구 반대편에 있으신 분들을 많이 모셨어요. 이분들은 지금 굉장히 밤중, 금요일 밤에 저희와 함께 해주고 계십니다. 멀리서 연결해 주셨던 우리 아놀드 연구소의 교수님들, 또 오주연 교수님 모두 진심으로 감사의 말씀드립니다. 자, 존 프리먼 교수님 혹시 연결되셨을까요?
I want to talk about leadership, learning, and the need to let go. It's just my voice, I'm afraid. and not a research paper as such, more a reflection on some of the things I've observed from some of the people that I've worked with. I want to speak about leadership qualities in arts education, specifically within universities and with a focus on dance. I need to preface that with an admission. Whilst I've occupied my share of leadership roles in the past, never carried these roles out particularly well. I say this because I wouldn't like the words that follow to play as though I'm referring in any way to myself or to my own achievements. What I have learned through my own experience, and not least through my mistakes, is that if we believe, as I once did, that leaders must be outgoing, success-driven experts positioned towards the top of an organization's ladder, it's time for us all to update our thinking. Today's best leaders, and I speak here of the leaders I've worked with who have most impressed and inspired me, are often reserved, energized by failure, and have experience of multiple roles. And while they were powerful in their roles, their strength and influence came from the inside out, not the other way around. Above all, I think good leaders look to the future always rather than the past. This is not to disparage tradition. We inevitably carry the past with us into the present, but we're always working in the now. And we're training students, I think, not for the profession as it currently exists, but rather for how it might be in the future, as yet unforeseen and unimagined. And notwithstanding leading colleagues and determining policy, we are primarily leading students, and we are leading them into a world of knowledge, ability, and skill as these apply to the world of dance. We can read knowledge as the ability to know what to do next, and skill as the ability to do it. Within universities, the given aim is often one of knowledge. We want to know that students understand what is needed to be done and that they can assess this demonstration even when it's lacking in skill. So quite commonly, practical work at university is assessed by conflating the distance a student has travelled with the point arrived at. So in this way, a student with little by way of perceived ability in dance who is trying hard and in some ways failing to reach a high standard can be rewarded more highly than a gifted student who travels no distance. This is not something that can be easily credited when it comes to the assessment of achievement in most forms of professional practice. Well, student achievement is one thing, but wallowing in our own prior achievements is another. In creative subject areas, and no subject is more innately creative than dance, it's all too easy to cement what worked well elsewhere into what may well be markedly different programs and contexts, and into what are clearly markedly different times. We can all be seduced and undone by certainty, by the sense that what worked there and then for us will work again in the here and now for others. Well, this is the opposite of iterative creative practice, and it's the antithesis of sound leadership. For a further note on this, we can look to the eminent psychologist Daniel Kahneman, who believes we should be cautious of anybody who is overly confident in their own approach, who believes their assumed expertise legitimizes what are often no more than a series of borrowed beliefs. Ideas of our own, we can say experience, can lead us to avoid engaging with an unbiased appreciation of uncertainty, preferring instead to act on pretended knowledge as the preferred solution. We know, in fact, that despite a common misconception, experience generally counts for very little. Extensive research across a wide range of fields, which include teaching and training, has shown that a great many people not only fail to become remotely expert at what they do, no matter how many years they've done it, they frequently don't even get any better than they were when they started. In field after field, it seems, people with considerable experience are no better at their jobs than those with hardly any experience at all, which is to say that good leadership can often involve taking chances on people who are relatively novice. Sometimes it is innocence that allows us to see what is wrong when others are blinded by experience. We live in a world where traditional authority has less and less currency, where prescribed roles are less and less relevant. Technological advances and demographic changes have accelerated the speed of all universities and academies to the point where bureaucratic top-down leadership models no longer work very well. Even so, the vast majority of people still labour under the dead hand of business as usual. The good news is that opportunities to lead are available to anyone who's willing to step up and take them. We're moving away from a bias that says big change must come from big leaders. The most world-changing innovation often starts very small. So in this paper, we can suggest some simple and small things. Well, the first is that we should allow failure to fuel us. To succeed as a leader in dance no less than anywhere else, we must embrace failure. Experiments by their very nature sometimes end in failure, but where would dance, theatre or any art be without experiment, and where would experiment be without the risk of being wrong? Dance is as much about getting things wrong in order to get things right when it matters. Leadership is no different. Fearing failure is fearing change, and fearing change is fearing creativity. Not taking risks is the only real risk. And a university, perversely, is the best place in the world to fail, because it's about getting things wrong for the right reasons. This is a key to eventual success. But only if the errors are reflected upon, improved, and developed. It's for this reason that rehearsal rooms and dance studios are spaces for trial and error, for risk as well as repetition. The idea that leaders are all cut from the same cloth, that they're experts and extroverts, is old school and outdated. We need to embrace who we are and lead from there. Subject expertise can cause tunnel vision. A significant number of innovators in dance, drama, and performance have come to the area from other disciplines, i.e. they were not trained to think like choreographers or theatre makers. We need to question everything. We need to think differently. Questions are a powerful antidote to complacency. Someone who goes around opened up by questions will get more useful perspectives than somebody who's closed down by certainty. We should ask ourselves and others, what if we threw out the rule book? What if we did the exact opposite? Innovative practice begins from this. Just as innovative leadership might involve questioning what we do and why and how and to what end. And good leaders have to have a voice rather than being an echo, even if the words they could echo might sound smart. You can't always lead by following someone else's ideas. Sometimes we need to take a leap into uncertainty. The only sin is not to risk and not to learn. We need to surround ourselves with people who challenge us. We talk a lot about diversity, but we don't talk enough about what that means for us as individuals. Having so-called devil's advocates who question the status quo on teams is likely to spark creativity and innovation. People who argue with leaders are ultimately more important than the people who agree. Most importantly, if there's something we want, we should speak up and take the initiative. Leaders get respect when they're the ones who make that first move, even if their proposal's not accepted. If you think it and you believe it, say it. That's what we're all here for. Leadership in dance is always a form of social action. And leader activism enables student dancers to have the educational and creative advantages they deserve. By forming and working in leadership groups, art educators can promote essential alliances that can, in their own turn, nurture a shared vision for the growth of dance education among lecturers, administrators, parents, other community members. Dance education leadership demands a critical attitude that reveals a healthy questioning of status quo practices and oversimplified solutions to complex problems. Creative leaders have to balance their critical perspective with the conviction that things can change for the better and the belief that they can make change occur. And change for us is often not about what we can change, but who we can change and how. Because we're here, most of us, I think, to facilitate student growth. In this regard, we're fortunate because dance is a great way to teach students, our own students, leadership skills. While science and mathematics seek to quantify the world and history and language give us tools to understand the world from a human perspective, these disciplines are broadly based on rational discourses about the world as it is. We turn to the creative arts to help us understand and gain perspective on what remains, our emotions, our unanswerable questions, and the beautiful mysteries of being alive. What then are the ways that working in the arts, in dance, can give our students the skills to become the leaders of the future and the leaders of our craft? Well, creativity might appear to be the most obvious skill, but we should remind ourselves that creativity is not just about expression and aesthetics, it's also about problem solving and even problem seeking. While other disciplines encourage creative solutions to solving problems, dance strives to find solutions beyond our consensual understanding of the problem, pushing against the margins of what might be provable. Dancers and choreographers are pioneers of inventing and testing out new ideas and sensibilities, and it's this quality that makes for ideal leadership. If we expect our students to be truly creative and seek out new ideas and sensibilities, we need to encourage and reward the taking of risks. One of the most rewarding outcomes of teaching students through creative practice is that it gives them the ability and the confidence to do things that are new and unorthodox. Peer pressure doesn't go away when we become adults. Great leaders, when necessary, will go against the mainstream in terms of thinking and take the chance of having their ideas and actions ridiculed or even criticized. The arts attract students who are often marginalized because they've already experienced the challenge of being rejected or shunned. They've gone through the storm. They have less fear about being different and embracing new ideas. And out of adversity comes creativity. We dance to find a voice, and we dance to find something to say, and we dance to find people to communicate with. Many dancers, many artists are disenfranchised without a practice that allows them to find their place in the world. Notwithstanding the significance of tradition, we lead these people not by showing what we can do and hoping they can imitate the past, but by facilitating their own imaginations, ideas, and opportunities. We lead by stepping back and allowing space for the new to find and take its place. Great leaders possess the ability to be aware of moods, attitudes, and the world around them. In arts education, we encourage our students to be keen observers. Also, it's often the case that students who are drawn to dance are introverted at the same time as they're skilled observers. It's imperative for us to nurture this gift of observation and further develop it in students when necessary. We must also be able to identify, develop, and productively channel the role of the quiet influencer that some of our most observant students often play. Project planning is probably the most pragmatic of the skills taught in arts education. Students are encouraged to consider and commit to projects that might not see fruition until weeks or sometimes months later. In addition to utilizing strategies such as backward design, goal setting, implementing an effective process, project planning skills develop character and fortitude in our students. They know that they're in it for the long haul. They know too that being open to change is a vital part of planning, that they may well be working sometimes without rules in order to establish the rules of what it is that's being made. And there's collaboration and appropriation. Because while no other discipline prizes originality more than the arts, our discipline knows that referencing and emulating those who have mastered their craft is part of the learning process. Learning from those who came before us also lends itself to learning and working with those around us. The idea of plagiarism or copying becomes somewhat less of an issue, and students learn that what separates I from you becomes blurred, if not quite illusory. The ability to see oneself in others, to learn and work with others is key to understanding leadership, and a skill that we should continue to encourage and build upon in our work with students. We know a few things in the creative arts. We know that there are many ways of knowing and many ways of discovering that we do not know very much at all. But the things we do know come through empathy, identification, experience, frustration, flawed resolution, reflection, and resonance. We know that learning generally takes place when explanation is linked to action. And we know that learning through action is very different from knowing about action. We know that creative practice is messy, that its manners are bad, that it sits uneasily with many ideas of academic objectivity and verification, that its goals are often murkily defined and often hard to measure. Leading is about learning. It's also about knowing when to let go of what we have learned and to trust to chance. This is so because chance in this context is not about a random roll of the dice so much as the recognition of the power and necessity of invention. Leading then is also about knowing when not to lead. When we leave people alone, we show that we trust them. When we are trusted, we rise. And when we are allowed and encouraged to rise, we learn to lead. To add a little flesh to earlier comments, I think we can ensure and should ensure that curriculum development embeds leadership attributes into learning and assessment criteria. When we stipulate aspects of leadership into how a student progresses and how they're measured, we place a ceiling on how those students develop in relation to a willingness to take risks and responsibility. When students are encouraged to find their own voice and to explore ways of negotiating that voice through their own and other people's bodies, then we link leadership to students' own authenticity and sense of identity. Bodies are the canvas on which we paint our stories. Having the courage to tell those stories is already having the courage to lead. I think increasingly students want to express who they are and what they believe through dance. And those students who might be looking for a free ride, who don't step up for responsibility, might really be doing so because they feel that taking responsibility carries the risk of making mistakes. But when we acknowledge that mistakes are positive and inevitable aspects of growth, then that fear can dissipate. There are no magic bullets, but if we can reduce the fear that comes with stepping up, then I believe we're moving in the right direction. Again, that's no magic bullet. I should reflect too on the reference to plagiarism early in this paper, because I'm certainly not advocating the use of plagiarism, although I am acknowledging a type of selective eclecticism. The issue on the face of things is one of academic and creative honesty, but really, this is about encouraging and nurturing ethical integrity. We know from experience that there can be confusion over rules of acceptability when it comes to using the work of others in creative practice. And this can be addressed with students by embedding discussions of academic integrity and ethical conduct in dance and more broadly within creative arts curricula. So, for example, we might include exploring concepts such as authorship, originality, remix, homage, pastiche. We might analyze works which creatively adapt, reuse, or build on pre-existing work. We can discuss public plagiarism and copyright disputes relevant to dance. We can provide guidance on discipline-specific practices for citation and attribution, and we can integrate, where possible, real-world industry practices into assessments. For sure, leadership of any kind is worthless without a moral standard. And that's what we need to embed in our students. Thank you.
오전 마지막 순서였던 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님의 발제를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 이렇게 약간 즉흥적으로 이런 일들이 일어나는 게 또 공연 예술 하시는 분들이다 보니까 전혀 낯설지 않고 재밌으실 거라고 저는 생각합니다. 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님 혹시 잘 들리실까요? 제가 잘 보일까요? Hello. Hi.
Hello.
If you're ready, we can get started. 자, 발표 그러면 먼저 듣겠습니다. 교수님은 아이오나 대학에 계시고요. 지금 뉴욕에 계십니다. 발제 제목은요. Nurturing 21st Century Leaders, The Crucial Role of Entrepreneurship Education in the Liberal Arts 라는 제목입니다. 우리 윙클러 교수님 발제 듣고 또 좋은 이야기를 나눠보겠습니다. 부탁드립니다.
Okay, wonderful. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. It's truly an honor. I have to give a special shout out to my dear colleague, Hannah Park, who is, I believe, on the Korean Dance Society's board and extended this invitation and made that opportunity happen. I'm not a dance educator by any means, but I really started my career about 20 years ago in higher education in entrepreneurship education and leadership education which at the time through various programs that I built sort of intersected. And this really sort of started building a foundation that really informed my work, my scholarship, as well as my practical work by building an entrepreneurship program. So today is not just a presentation to a certain extent about how I view entrepreneurship education and its importance for the liberal arts, but also how it can extend and invite, I think, a broadening perspective into the space of dance. And I will sort of encourage everybody to, engage in the conversation and really appreciate also the opportunity to providing a prompt here. In terms of the agenda for my presentation today, I want to provide a little bit of context about entrepreneurship education at our university, and then bridge into the theoretical foundations that really drive a lot of the work that we do at Iona University. And then subsequently, I will be giving a specific example of how we're trying to build an interdisciplinary entrepreneurship education program at Iona University, which has a strong liberal arts focus, and conclude with a call to action and an invitation based upon various implications for dance and leadership education. And these are really, I think, prompts that I think we all can collectively explore. And maybe there's various entry points, potentially even for collaboration as relates to the practical work, but also through scholarship. A little bit about Iona University. Many individuals don't necessarily know about Iona University, as we are a very small liberal arts college just a little bit north of New York City, about 20 miles north of Midtown Manhattan. We have approximately 3,600 students. About 3,000 of those are undergraduate students, and about a third of those students reside on campus. We have a strong also population of commuter students, of students who come from the surrounding areas. With various undergraduate degree programs, about 40, with also several graduate programs. And we have a fairly small student to faculty ratio with 15:1, which also emphasizes a very close-knit community that we are fostering here, really centering our student experience in everything that we do. We've recently also received some accolades around this and have been, highly ranked by the Wall Street Journal recently, and also in terms of the entrepreneurship program, we have gained some notoriety, particularly as it relates to our interdisciplinary approach. Because when we started approximately 6 years ago in 2017, we really got a mandate to build an entrepreneurship program from scratch, an entrepreneurship program that is not based in the business school, an entrepreneurship program that is not based in an engineering program, but a program that is independent, I would almost argue discipline agnostic, and can work with our respective schools. And we have 3 schools: a School of Arts and Science, our School of Business, and our new School of Health Sciences. So our entrepreneurship program really centers an interdisciplinary priority, and the goal is really sort of to move students in their capacity to really change the world through entrepreneurial action. The mission at our institute is interdisciplinary, as I've mentioned, and we emphasize entrepreneurial learning. This is my research focus. By training, I'm an educational psychologist, so I study entrepreneurial self-regulation. And this really also builds the foundation of an entrepreneurial mindset. And I will invite you also in my presentation in a journey about what we actually mean by an entrepreneurial mindset, and how we can devise a learning approach to foster an entrepreneurial mindset amongst our students. Again, regardless of whether they're in a business school or whether they are in let's say, in a dance education program. We have learning spaces that also try to bring students together. I just felt it was important to also give you some visuals. Our classrooms are very non-traditional, very modular, and really trying to also bring students together. As you see, our space to the left is also almost, it's like I call it a glass box, our little aquarium. And students cannot only be participants inside the space, but can also observe the activities that happen inside the space from the outside, and then see this as an invitation to come into the various opportunities that we provide for our students. Our program has very specific priorities. I try to call this affectionately that our goal is to redefine our traditional academic learning spaces through entrepreneurship education. And what do I mean by this? I really try to build a program that breaks down the silos of academia, that really tries to break down the silos of our classroom spaces, and creates a more fluid student learning experience that bridges the curricular learning with the co-curricular experiences on campus, but also through that work connects with the larger community. And I think this is something that becomes increasingly important, where the classroom experience and the experience on campus is also closely connected to our experiences with our community. And we've seen this also through our dance program that Professor Park is heading, where students are not only dancing, they're performing, and they're performing to an audience, and that audience happens to be our surrounding community. So bringing that community into our space also tries to engage in a dialogue that is so important for our university. Our academic programs are fairly straightforward. We have a BBA program that is in partnership with our business school. We have a BA in entrepreneurial leadership, which is a more liberal arts oriented, less business focused degree program that prioritizes the entrepreneurial mindset. We also have programs embedded in our health programs, and then we have a minor as well as a graduate program. On the co-curricular side, we have a host of different activities, ranging from a student club to an incubator guest speaker activities. We host study abroad programs that our students go, as well as active co-working and mentoring approach. We again try to bring in the community inbound into our campus experience to interface with our students and connecting them to a variety of disciplines and opportunities to explore what it means to be entrepreneurial and what it means to not only identify opportunities in our world, but also to solve them and take deliberate action to pursuing those opportunities. On the community side, again, I briefly mentioned this, we have our mentoring space, we have our co-working space and our incubator program. And this gives you sort of a small impact from last year. I mentioned earlier, we have about 3,600 students on campus, and we probably engage with about a third of those students on an annual basis. And this can be from a 1-hour intervention to a fully degree-seeking student experience. So again, it ranges in various ways. And we also try to provide financial support to our students so they can actually take those ideas further and apply different opportunities in those capacities. So now let me bridge into the theoretical aspects of my presentation, and sort of the second part, really getting into how we think about entrepreneurship education, how we think about the entrepreneurial mindset, and to give you a sort of a survey of the way I think about this, and this is really sort of a theoretical snapshot here. So this will be, I think, hopefully trigger some further thinking and potentially even scholarship on your part. Let's focus with the mindset. This really drives everything we do. Mindset, growth mindset defined by Carol Dweck. I put the book cover here, but essentially defined as the ability to quickly sense, take action, and get organized under uncertain conditions. Again, what really drives here is that we want to empower our students to be action-oriented and to really pursue opportunities, even though there may be uncertainty attached to that. So as students sort of navigate their daily experiences, and these pursue opportunities, not just as problems, but pursue them actively as opportunities, they will now able to take action by not only looking at these uncertainties as prohibitors, but actually putting themselves in a position that, yes, I can do this. I may not have figured it out yet, but I have not only the skills, but also the motivation to do so. And I think this really characterizes the mindset at its core. I'm borrowing here from some colleagues at MIT, most notably Roberta Barrett and Bill Olate. They really talk about sort of the characteristics of an entrepreneurial mindset by being solutions oriented. So not the problems are the driver. It's really how can I actively pursue solutions by putting myself front and center and not see any kind of obstacles as a way that prohibit me from taking particular action. A mindset also requires you to be adaptable. So again, not relying exclusively on existing skill sets, but also embracing a learning approach that makes individuals adaptable to new situations, which by definition requires an approach to learning. Lifelong learning is so key to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial learning, as well as leadership. And then anti-fragile actions as another characteristic. In this case, they have been characterized by my colleagues at MIT in terms of their heart, really a strong understanding of self and purpose. This is really where the motivation comes in. So important that we empower our students to really see themselves as active participants in our society, that they are able to act and plan to act in that way. That's sort of where the head comes in. And then obviously the hand taking action, because entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial mindset without action may just be a cognitive exercise as opposed to a behavioral manifestation of that desire to do something. And then last but not least, nothing happens with a community in mind. We're all part of communities, but we're also shaping communities through our actions. And whether this is through entrepreneurship and actions, but also I suppose you see this through your work too, when you bring community together through dance by communicating through the beautiful language of dance. So I think that's something that's also important. So again, an entrepreneurial mindset really drives that home, that actions don't happen in the absence of also community. So when we talk about now community building, and what I just talked about in terms of how we think about self and cognition, as well as the environmental context in which we operate, we also have to manifest it through different types of behaviors. So I'm following, and this is my training in terms of my doctoral work, a social cognitive approach, which was initially developed by Albert Bandura out of Stanford, and really thinks about the world, or how we operate within the world, through this triadic reciprocity. And this relates to how I, as an individual, think about the world, how the world shapes my thinking, but also how I then now interact with that world. And through my interactions with that world, as I observe it, as I shape it, the world also gives me additional signals. So there's a reciprocity across these three dimensions, which are really at the core. And this really also emphasizes that learning is not just a function of the mind, it's also a function of the actions, the doing, the behavioral manifestations. So that's also an important characteristic of social cognition. What drives here in terms of how we think about this social cognitive approach to a learning framework is really built on the work by Barry Zimmerman, who was my dissertation advisor. And I brought this model into the entrepreneurship education space through a recent publication in the Journal of Small Business Management. And we introduced a social cognitive framework around self-regulated entrepreneurial learning. Again, learning happens in a cyclical manner. It's sort of iterative, it's adaptive, and again, a lot of these characteristics are reflective also within entrepreneurship. So first you need to think about what you try to do, you need to act, and you need to self-reflect. And this sort of cyclical process then informs the learning process with any kind of context. In this context, as we explain it in this paper, through entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial learning. So let's bring this back again to our social cognitive framework. How can I apply a learning framework by using specific tools that we can all apply and use? So the one model that I have been introducing at Iona University is design thinking, which allows us to engage in this iterative self-regulatory learning process that allows us to observe the world and shape it through different actions. And there's a 5-step process that has been developed here. I mean, we're using particularly the model at Stanford, at which I'm currently a candidate for the faculty innovation program. And essentially what it does, or what this program does, is we need to empathize with our world. If we do not understand our world, our customers, the individuals we interact with, we cannot come up with solutions. So empathy is important, and through empathy, we're able to define a particular problem issue and then develop ideas for these particular problems to find solutions that we then prototype and test. And again, this process then defines itself through iterative cyclical manner, and ultimately will hopefully lead towards concrete solutions that in turn will then shape the world and improve it in a positive manner. So this is sort of the human-centered approach in terms of how we look at entrepreneurship education, how we look at learning processes that ultimately help support the development of an entrepreneurial mindset. And this is really the driver in our educational practice. Here we define, and I'm borrowing here from the Harvard Business School definition, that human-centered design is a problem-solving technique that puts real people at the center of the development process, enabling you to create products and services that resonate and that tailor to your audience needs. Again, everything starts with empathy, a clear understanding of your audience. And design thinking is really the process that drives this development. Okay, so how are we now using design thinking in a concrete way now to engage faculty that may not necessarily feel comfortable or prepared to deal with entrepreneurship in the classrooms? What we have been doing is, and Professor Park is one of our fellows, as a matter of fact, to introduce a fellowship program where we help build capacity with our faculty. We introduce them to design thinking. We introduce them to how they can translate their own disciplinary experiences, their classrooms, their co-curricular experiences, in a design thinking framework, and engage the students in that way. And we give our faculty a little bit of funding, and the projects typically run for about a year. To date, we have run 5 cohorts. We're 6th cohort. We've awarded now way over $40,000 to support 18 plus projects with 32 fellows from, I believe, 12 different disciplines and departments. This year we work with our departments in psychology, education, computer science, and most importantly also how to implement design thinking entrepreneurship through movement for community well-being. This is a project that Professor Park is currently undertaking, and it really engages our students in a design thinking practice where they work with the community to build mindfulness through dance. And I think this is a wonderful example of how entrepreneurship comes to life in a dance education practice, empowering our students now to become not only active participants in a project, but also leaders that fundamentally translate a communal experience through their actions, through their visions, in relationship to the problems that they identify from a community of choice. So it's a beautiful project. So I want to give Professor Parker a big shout out here. Okay, so that's the project, sort of how we look at this, engaging people in a faculty development effort, connecting them to different resources. And what does this mean now for a dance and leadership education? First, it is important to foster an interdisciplinary faculty development approach. Too many times I see that at departments or at different universities, that faculty development is a disciplinary function. It doesn't necessarily bring different faculty together to really collaboratively engage in innovative approaches of how they can enrich their student experiences. The second piece is how we can empower students and faculty to see themselves as change makers through their art or through their mindset, right? So again, how can you translate the work that you do and perceive yourself as a creator, as a creative force that also changes the world through that creation. And that requires a particular mindset. And I think artists in particular are very talented and predetermined in this way. And I think applying this to the entrepreneurship lens could potentially even elevate that kind of approach. The third piece is we want to give students an agency for learning. I think something very important. We often don't give our students enough credit for their own creativity and how they apply themselves. So give them the tools through self-regulation and design thinking can be potentially transformative for them. And through this, really apply action bias, not hide behind a desire to do something, but actually try to experiment, be okay to fail sometimes, but ultimately use these experiences for the positive societal impact. And last but not least, I think I'm at the 20-minute mark right now, is to also develop a leadership practices and collaboration. Also very important, collaborative practices with colleagues, with different individuals require really sort of an element that sort of brings people together. And again, the contextual circumstances are determined on your end. I think you need to find how to often bring these communities together. So that concludes my rapid approach, introduction to entrepreneurship education from my owner's perspective, how it applies to leadership, particularly dance leadership education. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity today, and I look forward to the discussion in a little bit later. Of course, you're also welcome to follow us on our social channels. And if you want to get in touch with me, I'll leave also my contact information here. Thank you very much.
네, 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님 발제 감사합니다. 또 진행 주신 연구와 또 학교에서 실천하고 계신 부분들을 공유해 주셔서 저에게 많은 인사이트를 주신 것 같습니다. 잠시 저희 좀 뒤에 토론을 위해서 잠시 대기 부탁드리겠습니다. 방금 발제해 주셨던 우리 윙클러 교수님에 대한 질의 먼저 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 테이블을 잠깐 옮겨야 되는데 진행 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 저희 크리스토퍼 윙클러 교수님의 질의에는 두 분이 또 준비하고 계십니다. 저희 무대가 좀 설치가 돼야 되는데요. 성균관대학의 김수인 교수님 오셨고요. 그리고 또 죄송합니다. 국민대학교의 이효진 교수님, 그리고 한국예술종합학교의 한석진 교수님 준비하고 계십니다. 잠시 무대 위에 올라오셔서 저희가 질의 토론 진행하겠습니다. 우리 한석진 교수님께서 질의 먼저 부탁드리겠습니다. 우리 이효진 교수님께서 또 급한 일 있어요. 잠깐 자리를 비우셔서 한석진 교수님께서 우리 윙클러 교수님께 발제에 대한 질의 부탁드리겠습니다. 윙클러 교수님 화면에 연결되어 계실까요? 그래도 멀리 계시지만 저희가 좀 대화하는 느낌을 받기 위해서 네, 잘 보이고 있습니다. 한석진 교수님 그러면 저희 질의 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국예술종합학교의 한석진입니다. 네, 교수님 발표 너무 재밌게 잘 들었습니다. 사실 더 자세한 얘기를 듣고 싶은 마음이 컸는데 제가 질의 기회가 있으니 이 질의 기회를 잘 유용하게 써보도록 하겠습니다. 말씀해주신 그런 디자인 띵킹이라는 방법론 모델을 개발을 하셨다고 이해를 했는데요. 그것을 무용 전공 학생들이 커뮤니티 베이스드 프로그램으로 그 세팅 안에서 적용을 하신 케이스 스터디를 잠깐 이야기를 해주셨습니다. 그래서 그 케이스 스터디에 대해서 조금 더 알고 싶습니다. 왜냐하면 제가 잠깐 이야기를 들었을 때는 사실 그 학생들이 그 실제 무용 현장이나 커뮤니티 현장에 가서 어떤 교육을 해보는 그런 것들은 생각보다 한국에서도 많이 진행이 되고 있는데 이것을 기업가 정신 교육하고 연결시키는 게 중요하다고 생각이 들거든요. 그래서 이게 어떻게 인터디스플리너리한 접근이 되었는지, 그리고 핵심은 저는 패컬티 레즈가 여기 프로그램의 핵심이라고 생각합니다. 학생들이 그냥 가서 가르쳐 보는 경험을 하는 게 중요한 게 아니라 그 과정 속에서 아까 말씀하신 기업가 마인드셋을 배우는 것이 중요한데, 그러려면 그 프로그램이 어떻게 교수자들이 잘 세팅을 하느냐가 중요하다고 생각이 들어서요. 그래서 이 케이스 스터디를 적용하실 때 그 교수자분들끼리 어떻게 모여서 이걸 세팅하는 과정을 준비하셨는지 그 실질적인 얘기를 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I think this has often been, when I've worked with different audiences, it has often been a question about how we can create an interdisciplinary approach to bring different communities together. In dance in particular, I mean, I work very closely with Professor Park in our Fine and Performing Arts department. The goal is really to bridge entrepreneurship content with content and pedagogical approaches in a different discipline. And doing this in a collaborative manner where we can collectively discuss the core principles of what goals we would like to achieve in our student learning, through our student learning experiences. And this is really a core driver here. We're then using a design thinking process essentially to develop the curriculum, to build empathy with our students, to build empathy with our communities, and following sort of the similar principles that we'd like to instill in our students. So our faculty are learning as they move along. They're now taking entrepreneurial action to survey the students, to engage with the community, to build projects, to prototype them, and ultimately, try to test them in order to determine which outcomes have been achieved and which not. And then based upon this, iterate and evolve the programs. And this sometimes starts with a simple field trip or with a community visit through a class. But then it can build into a robust program like Professor Park is doing, where she's working with a specific class, a dance class, where students now engage with the community by applying a design thinking process. What I didn't mention, actually, we also have an arts leadership major at our university that also has building blocks from business and entrepreneurship and the fine and performing arts in that curriculum embedded. And also entrepreneurship is a viable course option for our students to participate in those programs. So again, it's not a straightforward answer, but essentially, when we think about curriculum development, we are trying to apply the course content, the pedagogical approaches, not only within the class, but also as we develop those new program components.
네, 답변이 되셨을까요? 네, 저희
감사합니다.
시간이 좀 있어서 질문이 혹시 더 있으시면 더 해주셔도 됩니다. 생각하신 동안 저희가 조금 시간이 있을 것 같아서 현장에서도 혹시 궁금한 거 있으시면 저희가 질의를 받을 수 있을 것 같습니다. 우리 한 교수님 제가 당황하게 해드렸는데
있었는데 좀 정리를
네네.
좀 할 시간을 주시면
네.
감사하겠습니다.
네네네. 혹시 현장에서 우리 질의 하나 있으실까요? 네, 우리 여기 앞에 현장 질의 하나 플로어에서 받아보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 학교, 대학에서 아이들도 가르치고 있고 교육 현장에서도 다양한 연령대의 친구들을 만나고 있는데요. 교수님의 오늘 발제 너무 잘 들었고 굉장히 공감하는 부분이 많았습니다. 그런데 제가 이제 많은 친구들, 대상들을 만나고 있다 보니까 제일 궁금하고 조금 조언과 팁을 얻고 싶은 부분이 사실 기업가 정신이나 저희가 현장에서 있다 보니까 굉장히 필요한 부분이고 모두가 그 역량을 갖추면 예술과 퍼포먼스 위에도 더 많은 활동을 할 수 있을 것 같은데 그 정신을 체화하는 과정이 조금 힘들더라고요. 너무 중요성을 강조하다 보니까 오히려 거부 반응이 일어나는 것 같기도 하고 그래서 제가 궁금한 부분은 혹시 학생들과 그런 커리큘럼이나 새로운 정신을 체화하도록 그렇게 교육과정을 설계하실 때 어려움은 무엇이었는지 혹시 그렇게 잘 이끌어지지 않은 친구들에게 어떤 동기부여와 교수법으로 좀 이끌어 주셨는지 그런 현장에서의 팁이 조금 궁금합니다.
네, 질문 감사합니다. 그죠? 현장에서 초등학생, 대학생 다 가르치다 보면은 여러 도전들에 부딪히게 되는데 동기화에 대한 어려움, 거기에 대한 질문을 우리 교수님께 드린 것 같습니다. 통역이 진행되었을 것 같은데요. 답변 가능하실까요?
Yes, yes. Yeah, thank you very much for this. What is actually very thought-provoking question because we're dealing with different student levels, but also often we deal with cultural interpretations of what entrepreneurship is, right? Even within a US context, I often encounter students or parents that say, "Oh, I'm an artist. I'm a psychologist. I don't need to know anything about entrepreneurship." So essentially we use this as a way again to build our own empathy with the students and faculty that we have definitional differences of what we actually mean by entrepreneurship. And because of this, we broadened the definition and primarily focused on the mindset education. So we say, we want you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset. An entrepreneurial mindset can be applied in any way, shape, or form, whether you start a business or you work in a business or you want to be an artist or you want to be a community organizer, you need to be equipped with an entrepreneurial mindset. And once we remove the business from that equation and found our mindset definition, it was much more approachable for individuals to feel comfortable with entrepreneurship. So we overcame the barrier because then they overcome the barrier. Now they could take action, think of themselves as entrepreneurial, right? And in that process, build their own confidence, their own self-efficacy, as they then sort of started to embrace entrepreneurship. And that often switches where a student is like, or faculty like, I don't know anything about this. I'm not an entrepreneur. I don't want to start a business, to, oh my gosh, I feel so more confident about problem solving. I feel so more confident to engage with the community and express myself in terms of how I would like to solve a problem with the community. So I think that's an important learning space that needs to be explored, and removing definitional barriers can often sort of unlock a whole new potential. So that's sort of the first part. The second part is how you deal with sort of age differences. That's, again, I would argue it follows a similar trajectory. I think the importance of recognizing the learner as having agency to do things is an important requirement on the faculty member side or the teacher side. And it doesn't matter whether a student is in elementary school or a student is in a graduate program. It is important for us to acknowledge the learner as an active contributor towards that learning space. And once we sort of have that established, based upon their learning potential, based upon the learning level or the knowledge level and skills level, we can then customize the experience to engage students in different kinds of design thinking activities. And when you go onto the Stanford website for the D School, this has been done in a K through 12 space, from kindergarten to 12th grade, and of course also at the collegiate university level. So again, there's different approaches. The model is always the same, right? But the application, how you engage your students in that learning process varies depending on how, the student profile that is in front of you. But the one thing that I would like to add here, and I've had conversations also with faculty in different countries. As a matter of fact, I just attended a presentation at the Academy of Management last August, where a colleague from Korea was there, and the conversation was around students are not being encouraged by their families often to start businesses. It is more about often to pursue corporate careers, to go in a particular sort of more traditional path. And I think reframing that conversation around mindset may actually create, I think, a stronger comfort level amongst the students, and also how you engage with parents as you define the learning space and the learning experience at your university with them. I hope that's also helpful, because I also I'm originally from Austria, also come from a different sort of cultural background. Entrepreneurship has not necessarily been embraced in a particular way. When you failed at something, you were the failure, not the idea was a failure, and that you sort of often weren't encouraged to move on. And this took sort of an unlearning on my part and the relearning of how I can solve problems in a more proactive manner without worrying that, if something doesn't work out, I may have to stop. No, I can actually do it. I can learn from it. And as a result, the experience will be better.
네, 너무 열정적인 답변에 감사드립니다. 아까 한석준 교수님께서 짧게 또 질문 하나 혹시
시간 괜찮을까요?
네,
짧게
간단히 하나 부탁드리겠습니다.
하나 더 질문 드리겠습니다. 아까 그 인터디스플리너리한 접근의 중요성을 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 저 개인적으로는 그 무용 현장이라는 게 아까 말씀하신 그 기업가 마인드 정의에 되게 유사하다고 생각을 합니다. 되게 불안정한 조건 속에서, 상황 속에서 감지를 하고 어떤 행동을 취하고 구조화하고 이러는 과정이 무용 현장에 굉장히 갑작스럽고 어떤 상황에 되게 갑작스러운 상황에 거기에 대응해야 되는 융통성 있는 그런 능력이 되게 많이 요구가 된다고 생각을 하는데요. 그래서 저는 이 기업가 정신이 무용 교육 안에서 인터디스플리너리한 것만이 아니라 인프라디스플리너리한 그런 학과 안에서도 충분히 기업가 정신 교육이 흡수가 될 수 있다고 저는 개인적으로 생각을 하거든요. 근데 그게 잘 적용이 되려면 그 교수자의 재교육이 되게 중요하다고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 지금 계신 그 기관에서 어떤 기존의 학교에 계시는 교수자님들을 대상으로 한 기업가 정신 교육, 재교육 같은 것들이 진행이 되는지 궁금합니다.
So, well, thank you again for this question. I mean, interdisciplinary is important when we think about entrepreneurship. The challenge is sometimes, if I bring something new into my discipline, am I giving something up, right? So that requires really an important conversation amongst colleagues of how we actually can collaborate. And one thing that I started saying, and then I get to the actual answer of the question, is to really think about preserving the disciplinary integrity. So nobody's taking anything away. You're still able to reside within your discipline, but we need to speak to each other. So instead of putting everybody together into one part, you maintain your disciplinary integrity, but instead of sitting on the inside, I call this on the inside of the silo, let's invert the silo so we sit on the outside, and now we can start interacting and learning from each other. And we learn from each other through sharing, so other people can inform their practice, but also learning so that we can inform and evolve our own practice. And I think that's an important sort of element where the interdisciplinary nature often becomes less frightening because academia is a very, very siloed environment. How do we do this at our university? I think the faculty fellowship program is one element where we bring people together. We do this and support this fellowship program through what we call lunch and learn seminars. So we invite guest speakers from industry, from academia, practitioners, fellow faculty members into a space where they share their best practices. and we, you know, buy lunch and we bring people together and a conversation develops. But what happens when you converse and speak to each other? Community starts to form. So a community of practice is being developed. And that's necessarily something that is a byproduct that is foundational to all the work. Because from my perspective, I succeed in interdisciplinary entrepreneurship education when people start doing entrepreneurship independent of the support and the scaffold of a program, right? So once we have a community of practice, things start to develop more organically. But a catalyst is we need to build expertise. We need to learn from each other through that expertise, and we need to find spaces where we can apply that expertise within our own fields and domains, while also relying on our colleagues to hold our hands if we need to figure something out that we haven't quite felt comfortable with.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 그렇게 멋진 기회들이 많다고 하니까 뭔가 최고의 복지는 동료다 요새 이런 말씀들을 하시더라고요. 그런데 말씀만 들어도 굉장히 힘이 될 것 같은 그런 내용이었습니다. 굉장히 저희가 시간도 바뀌고 여러 질문도 길어지고 했는데 윙클러 교수님 저에게 너무 협조해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 늦은 시간까지 함께해 주셔서 감사합니다, 윙클러 교수님. 네, 우리 한석진 교수님도 감사드립니다. 네.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 네, 저희가 조금 하나 소식을 알려드려야 되겠는데요. 존 풀면 교수님이 연결 상태가 굉장히 좀 어려우신 것 같아요. 그래서 발제자하셨던 우리 존 프리먼 교수님의 발제를 직접 듣지는 못하고 아쉽지만 저희 김수인 성균관대학교 김수인 선생님께서 존 프리먼 발표문을 좀 요약을 해서 갑작스러운 부탁을 좀 드렸는데 지금 무대 위로 올라오고 계십니다. 굉장히 열심히 논문도 쓰시고 연구도 하는 학자셔서 저희가 또 갑작스러운 부탁을 드리고 했는데도 흔쾌히 반강제적 자발로 이렇게 무대 위에 올라오셔서 도와주셔서 얼마나 감사한지 모르겠습니다. 저희가 무용계에 이렇게 숨은 실력자들의 빛나는 리더십이 있어서 오늘도 대한무용학회가 이렇게 무사히 진행되고 있는 것 같습니다. 많은 분들 갑자기 무대에 올라오신 우리 김수인 박사님께 격려와 응원의 박수 부탁드리고 또 존 프리먼의 교수님의 마음과 진정성을 대신하여 김수인 박사님께서 발제해 주시겠습니다.
예, 소개받은 성균관대학교의 김수인입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 소개해 주신 재완종 선생님의 그 유려하신 리더십에 이끌려 여기까지 올라왔습니다. 최선을 다해 보겠지만 약간 미흡할 수 있다라는 점 미리 양해 부탁드립니다. 존 프리먼 교수님의 Innocence and Experience, Leadership, Learning and the Lead to Net 그거를 읽으면서 여러 가지 생각이 들었는데요. 일단 그 존 프리먼 선생님의 발표는 선생님의 본인의 굉장히 그 직접적인 경험으로부터 우러났다라는 것이 가장 인상적이었습니다. 그리고 읽으면서 이게 그냥 그 스튜던트 댄서들을 리더로 키워내는 것도 있지만 그들을 가르치는 티처들한테도 주시는 말씀이 중요한 메시지들이 있는 것 같아서 또 그 티처 포지션에 있는 저한테도 많은 가르침이 되었습니다. 저는 그 티칭을 하면 할수록 이게 굉장히 크리에이티브한 리더십이 필요한 일이라는 생각이 드는데요. 교과를 구성하고 과제를 구성하고 그다음에 그 학습 목표에 다다르기까지 학생들을 어떻게 지도해 나갈 것인가, 어떤 액티비티를 줄 것인가 이런 것들이 굉장히 다 창의력이 필요한 일이라고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 여전히 제가 고심하고 있는 일이기 때문에 요거에 대해서 존 프리먼 선생님은 어떻게 생각하셨을지 궁금했는데 좀 굉장히 저한테 위로가 되는 그런 부분은 뭐였냐면은 이 발표의 핵심이기도 하지만 그냥 실패를 두려워하지 마라. 실패도 괜찮다라는 말씀이었습니다. 그래서 얼마든지 도전을 하고 그 위험에 도전하지 않는 것이야말로 위험한 것이다라는 얘기를 해주셔가지고 내가 그 미흡한 부분이 있더라도 그거에 너무 위축되거나 그러지 말고 계속해서 새로운 도전을 해봐야겠다라는 생각을 했습니다. 존 프리먼 선생님의 그 원고를 보면은 실패야말로 우리에게 연료가 되는 것이다 이렇게 얘기를 해주셨고요. 그 다음에 특히 이 창의력, 예술 분야에서의 실험이라는 것은 너무나 중요한 것이기 때문에 리더십에 관련하여서도 이런 실험 정신이 굉장히 필요하다고 얘기하셨습니다. 그 아르토의 연극 극장이나 아니면은 베케트의 그 연극 무대에서도 계속해서 실패와 뭐 흥행 실패 뭐 이런 것들을 겪었지만 결국에 이 후세대들한테 주는 영향은 굉장히 컸다고 얘기하십니다. 그래서 이 리허설 장소와 그다음에 댄스 스튜디오에서의 실패를 두려워하지 말고 티처 자신과 학생들에게도 그렇게 가르칠 것을 얘기를 해주셨고요. 그다음에 또 저한테 또 위로가 되었던 말씀은 스스로에 대해서 나를 너무 바꾸려고 하지 말고 내 자신 스타일의 리더십을 그대로 좀 안아줘라라는 얘기를 좀 인상 깊게 들었습니다. 너무 요즘에 MBTI 해가지고 E 성향이 있고 I 성향이 있잖아요. 그래서 E 성향은 막 먼저 다가가고 굉장히 사교적이고 사람들을, 그러니까 학생들을 굉장히 이렇게 막 열정적으로 막 이끌 수 있을 것 같은데, 저 같은 이제 I 성향은 굉장히 소심하고 먼저 잘 다가가지를 못하고 그런 성향이어서 이런 사람이 어떻게 리더가 될 수 있을까 싶기도 한데, 그 존 프리만 선생님의 연구의 내용 중에는 그 잘 듣는 것도, 잘 경청하는 것도 리더십의 아주 중요한 그 요소이다라고 얘기를 하셨습니다. 그러면서 제가 또 개인적인 깨달음과 맞닿은 부분들은, 그래서 리더라고 해서 모든 걸 다 혼자 짊어지고 다 이렇게 내가 다 하려고 하는 게 아니라 옆에 있는, 죄송합니다, 너무 떨리네요. 옆에 있는 동료들이랑 학생들을 믿고 믿어줄 때 또 학생들은 리더십을 스스로 이렇게, 그러니까 너는 리더십을 이렇게 만들어야 돼라고 해서 막 내가 먼저 끌고 가는 게 아니라 그들을 믿어줄 때 스스로의 리더십을 또한 이렇게 발생시킬 수 있다라고 얘기하셨습니다. 그래서 그것과 관련해서 사실 그 존 프리만 선생님께 제가 준비한 질의는 그 팀 프로젝트 과제에 대한, 팀플 과제에 대한 것이었습니다. 그 콜라보레이션에 대한 얘기도 이 발표의 내용에 있었는데요. 제가 개인적으로 조금 이제 계속 고심하고 있는 부분이기도 해서, 이 팀플 할 때 그 무임승차하는 학생들이 있고 나머지 학생들은 굉장히 거기에 불만족해서 팀플 과제 자체를 기피하는 그런 경향을 보이는데, 존 프리만 선생님은 그러실 때 어떻게 각 멤버들이 리더십 마인드셋을 가질 수 있도록 지도할 수 있는지에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶었고요. 여기에 또 그 많은 경험을 가지신 선생님들이 계시니까 존 프리만 선생님 대신에 또 저한테 좋은 조언을 주실 수 있었으면 하고 그렇게 말씀드립니다. 마지막으로 이 존 프리만 선생님 원고의 제일 마지막 부분 조금 읽으면서 마무리해 보려고 합니다. 이분이 이제 그 티처로서의 리더를 얘기를 하실 때 또 표현하셨던 것이 학생들의 학습 경험에 대한 패실리테이터이자 크리에이터이다라고 티처에 대해서 그렇게 표현하셨습니다. 그러니까 너무 그 독재자 같이, 아니면 내가 혼자 뭔가를 다 해야 되는 그런 보스가 되는 게 아니라 나는 패실리테이터이다, 나는 크리에이터이다, 이렇게 이해를 하면 좋을 것 같습니다. 자, 마지막 문장입니다. 리딩, 지도를 하는 것은 또한 언제 지도를 그만둬야 될지를 아는 것이다. 그리고 우리가 학생들을, 다른 사람들을 그냥 놔둘 때 그들에 대한 신뢰를 보여주는 것이다. 우리가 그들을 믿을 때 그들은 성장하고, 그들이 성장할 때 그들은 이끌 수 있는 지도력을 배운다. 이렇게 말씀하시면서 원고를 마무리했습니다. 저의 소감과 질의도 여기서 마치겠습니다.
김수인 선생님, 질의를 하러 오셨다가 발표를 하시게 되셨는데, 이런 즉흥성에 준비된 리더십이 얼마나 빛이 나는가를 몸소 퍼포먼스로 보여주신 것 같습니다. 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 네, 필라델피아의 찬바람을 맞으면서 유학생활을 아까 잠깐 환기하셨는데, 그때 약간 누르면 발표하는 학습이 오늘날까지도 잘 빛을 발하시지 않으셨나. 정말 모든 노력이 빛을 발했다는 생각이 듭니다. 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네. 또 한 분 온라인에 질의자가 연결되어 계신데요. 아까 윙크로 교수님하고 같은 학교에 계신 아이오나 대학의 박한나 교수님 연결되어 계십니다. 혹시 저희가 화면으로 뵐 수 있을까요? 안녕하세요, 박한나 교수님.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
네, 저희 학회 항상 든든하게 늘 지지해 주시는 우리 박한나 교수님이시고요. 소식 들으셨겠지만 아쉽게도 후리먼 교수님이 연결이 안 되시고 지금 영국 어디서인가 저희가 이게 연결이 끊겨졌어요. 그래서 질문을 하셔도 답하실 후리먼 교수님은 아니 계시고 우리 박한나 교수님께서도 또 읽으신 소감과 또 생각과 또 리더십에 대한 이야기를 본인의 인사이트를 좀 나눠주시는 것으로 이 자리를 좀 마무리했으면 좋을 것 같거든요.
제가 한국말로 전하기에는 조금 서툴어서 그냥 그대로 묻고 하고 영어로
네,
간단하게.
좋습니다. 네. 현장에 계신 분들은 1번 키시면 리시버로 한국어로 바로 들으실 수 있습니다. 저희가 동시 통역 진행 중이어서 아무 문제가 없습니다. 또 저희가 이번에 수어도 같이 하고 있어서 굉장히 글로벌하게 또 굉장히 다각적으로 발전하고 있는 대한무용학회입니다. 자, 그러면 편하게 전혀 편하시지 않으시겠지만 자, 박한나 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to share some of my insights regarding Freeman's presentation. I thought it was an insightful presentation and provides valuable tips applicable to various life experience and practices and fields as well. Reflecting on leadership is important, and good leadership is imperative for organizations to function effectively. Challenging tradition and preconceived notion of leadership qualities is crucial, considering the constantly evolving culture in higher education and organizations. The traditional hierarchical roles have lost relevance, and it is necessary to adapt to changing landscape, as Freeman had mentioned. As a faculty member whose responsibilities include mentoring undergraduate arts leadership majors with dance concentration, I believe the concepts presented here serves as a valuable reminder for all students aspiring to pursue leadership, not only in the arts, but also in other fields. As dance educators and practitioners, we often draw parallels between the qualities of a good dancer and of an effective leader. While this analogy is not new, it is worth examining it critically and reflecting on it. The presentation is a good reminder that leadership opportunities are available to anyone who's willing to step up and seize them, as Dr. Suin Kim has shared, and failures can be valuable stepping stones for inspiration and growth. Understanding our own identities, characteristics, and leadership styles is crucial, as is acquiring knowledge through observation, which is an integral part of project planning and collaboration. Questioning what has been done and initiating change are equally vital. Dance as practice encompasses creativity, social practices, collaboration, interaction, dialogue, and critical reflection. And these elements can serve as an excellent source of inspiration and guidance for leadership, as John Friedman has presented on his presentation. A question that I was going to bring up to John Freeman was, as a dance education practitioner and as a scholar interested in curriculum design in particular, I was just curious as to some ways that he would suggest in terms of how we can develop the curriculum to highlight the skills that he had mentioned that are necessary for current and future dance leadership. Thank you.
네, 좋은 질문 주셨는데 우리가 어떻게 커리큘럼에서 이런 리더십을 개발할 수 있을까? 너무 저도 궁금한 질문인데 혹시 나중에라도 연결되시면 답변이라도 들어보겠습니다. 저희가 아쉽게도 존 프리먼 교수님을 모시는 데는 실패했지만 점심을 일찍 먹는 데 성공했습니다. 그래서 세상에 너무 나쁜 소식만 있는 것 같지는 않습니다. 저희가 지금부터 1시 반까지 점심을 가질 거고요. 또 이렇게 여러 커넥션 중에 지금 한 0.8km는 빠져 보이시는 저희 이다혜 사무국장님과 사무국의 여러분들께도 진심으로 감사의 말씀드리고 싶고요. 점심 맛있게 드시고 저희는 1시 반에 여기서 다시 모여 오후에 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 모두 수고하셨습니다. 네, 안녕하세요. 식사 맛있게 하셨을까요? 네, 지금 들어오시는 분들은 편하신 자리에 앉아주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 2023년 대한무용학회 국제학술 심포지엄 오후 시간을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 앞서 계신 분들은 아시겠지만 오늘의 주제는 혁신과 포용의 시대 무용 리더십이라는 주제로 저희가 굉장히 다양한 리더십에 대한 이야기들 들어보고 있습니다. 이제 오후 세션의 문을 열어보도록 하겠습니다. 저는 진행을 맡고 있는 대한무용학회 편집위원장 재환정입니다. 네. 감사합니다. 지금 저희 학회는요 온오프라인 동시 진행 중이고 또 수어와 영어, 한국어로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 혹시 줌으로 들어오신 분들, 이것을 줌으로 보고 계신 분들은 하단의 언더바에 보면 지구 모양의 아이콘이 있습니다. 거기를 클릭하시면 영어와 한국어 중에 선택하실 수 있습니다. If you are participating in Zoom, please select a language by clicking the Earth-shaped icon at the bottom. 이 얘기를 안 드렸더니 아까 끝까지 체크를 못하고 계시더라고요. 그래서 혹시 리시버 받으셨던 분들은요 1번이 한국어, 2번이 영어입니다. 그래서 편하신 언어로 국제학술대회인 만큼 편하신 언어로 선택해서 들으시면 될 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 빠르게 오후 세션 또 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 멋진 세 개의 발제가 있는데요. 우선 첫 번째 발제는 저희 중국입니다. 북경 사범대학교의 천첸첸 박사님께서 준비를 하고 계시고요. 혹시 연결이 되셨을까요, 천 박사님? Dr. Chen? 저희
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Okay, I can see you very well. So if you are ready, we can get started. 자, 그러면 우리 천 박사님의 발제를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 천 박사님의 타이틀 주제는요. The Promotion of Leadership by Dance Books, Taking the Taiwan Publication for Example입니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Chen Qian from Dance Department, Beijing Normal University. I was born and raised in Taiwan and have been paying close attention to Taiwan published market of dance book in recent years. So I bring the topic today is the promotion of leadership by dance books and taking the publication of Taiwan for example. When we talk about leadership, we usually associate it with being a boss or manage a dance company and the ability to organize a large dance competition or conference. However, these are actually only a part of leadership which belongs to management skill in leadership and does not reflect the specialty of dance as a profession. Therefore, the dance leadership we understand must include not only management but also the knowledge of the historical development and theories of dance, sensitivity to related topics, and have a high degree interest in various types of dance activities, learning to recognize and express through written language in addition to body language, because we need to let people know what we are doing. We don't want to dance only for our self-entertainment, so we need to make what we say meaningful. Most importantly at all, you must have a deep love for dance. We can take leadership as a continuously learning ability that will enable us to strengthen our strengths and filling our weakness as we engage in various dance works, allowing us to understand different areas of dance work and collaborate it effectively across these parts, as well as writing and reading might be one of the best ways to enhance leadership ability. And that's why I choose book publication as the topic I'm sharing here with you today. Dance books open up the world of dance with words. From children's books we read when we were in kindergarten or family, to textbooks and popular science books we read during our teenagers, to records of dancers and dance troupes that we would be interested in when we got growing, and to history and theory that we need to read when we studying and research in university. They all guide us to the same place, which is the body that is currently dancing in front of you. The literary world of dance link our thoughts and life, which is satisfying our spiritual world at a cognitive level, then further enhance our dance leadership. Then I'm going to explain the general situation of population dance book in Taiwan. We are actually in a passive state of receiving visual stimuli when we are watching dance, and the formation of words that may be expressed depends on the sedimentation of thoughts, whether in choreography or educational immersion. What kind of words do we need in our dance to lead a thinking or a dialogue with? Based on the classification of textbooks and market books, this paper subdivides the published content of dance books into history and theory, education and teaching, dance therapy and thesis collection, dancers or dance troupes, sports and fitness, popular science and children's books. The early publication of dance book in Taiwan can be tracked back to 1953, folk dance textbooks, which was written by Professor Li Tianmin and issued by Mingyun Publishing House over 70 years ago. At least 260 dance books have been published. The largest category among them is concentrated in three aspects: history and theory, dancers and dance troupes, education and teaching. From this table, we can see that the publication frequency has gradually become more and more denser from the beginning, and has gradually formed a trend of exploring multiple things. This publication on different things provided different perspective for dance writing, which has certain significance for cultivating dance leadership, and also illustrates the development of dance books in Taiwan market is potential. Let's enlarge the table and take a look. Since the middle of last century, dance publication in Taiwan have entered into the book market. From 1953 to 1988, the publication frequency was sparse, and the book content was relatively single. There is only two categories, education and historical research. Within 35 years, only 12 books were published. After 1988, there was dance books published every year, ranging from 1 to 16 books were published each year. At the same time, the content of dance book has expanded to sports and fitness, dance therapy, and popular science. In 2004, children's books which is designed for children or family readers appear in dance book market. It means dance popularization has gradually penetrated into the family, no longer limited to the theater or professional field, and gradually enter into children's reading materials. And the next part, the maturity of higher education promotes dance history and theory books. As a historical and theoretical book for teaching and knowledge accumulation, It is the indispensable foundation for dancers from movement to dance, and also a necessary path for improving the leadership of dance talents. Dancers need to break from the dilemma of having a simple mind and well-motivated body. Only by knowing where our dance comes from and being clear about why are we dance, can we transcend the technique and reach a higher spiritual level. Dancing is like this. Choreography, appreciation, and teaching are also the case. Therefore, dance books such as history and theory thesis collection occupy the largest share in the book market, which is inevitably related to the maturity of Taiwan dance higher education. Since the establishment of 5-year dance department of the Chinese Cultural Academy in 1964, it has been the first step toward the professional field of dance education. It marks that the cultivation of dance talents in Taiwan will gradually become systematic and diversified, so that dance is not longer just about dancing, but includes teaching, theory, and art management. Afterward, several schools you can see on the PowerPoint have set up dance department in succession. The six universities have become indispensable institutions for the development of dance in Taiwan, and the various talents cultivated by them have continuously provided performance, choreography, teaching, history and theory, and comprehensive management talents with dance leadership in Taiwan. These institutions have continuously upgraded accumulating strong strengths for the development of dance book and the cultivation of dance leadership in Taiwan. 32 of the historical theory research books and 400 of the paper collection are written by teachers and graduated students in university. Although these works does not occur the same time with choreography or performers, they provide a relatively immediate response to the development state of dance art in a form that can last longer than dance practice. And next, we are going to talk about dance popularization in Taiwan. In the existing data, my paper subdivide the education and teaching books, which is accounting for 12% of the total, into contents. Teaching methods written based on different dance practice. Teaching theory research explored based on a certain type of course or learning age, and education data analysis that elaborates on local education system policies and learning conditions. And course outlines mainly focus on the course and case sharing. The proportion of these 4 categories of book is shown in the table. The proportion difference between the 4 subcategories in educational books is not too significant. If we consider teaching theory research and education data analysis as the same category, like viewpoint summary, and teaching methods and course outlines as another category, like teaching practice, the difference between the two is only 10%. At the same time, let's check the total proportion of books with educational connotations. We can see the books related to sports and fitness accounting for 9%, popular science books accounting for 5%, and children's books accounting for 3%. They are all books with educational connotation and not limited to the professional dance field. The total proportion of these categories is 33%. Their target readers are not only dance teachers or students, but also the people who love dance and need dance. It made dance as a common sense deeply rooted into people's mind. promoted the popularization of dance, and played a subtle role in cultivating the leadership of dance talents. At the end of paper, I want to share with you the data of dancers and dance troupes books. With the maturity of professional dance education and the diversified development of dance activities, such as performance, workshops, and book publication in the global art market, dancers in Taiwan have gradually set up various professional or semi-professional dance troupes. In 1954, since the establishment of Leadershipin dance troupe set up in Taipei, there have been over 106 dance troupes registered in Taiwan. Among them, the Kookmin established by Lin Huaimin in Taipei in 1973, and the neoclassic dance established by Liu Fengxue in 1976 are renowned worldwide for their prolific dance works. Many dance troupes established later were founded by the dancers who once the first, second, or third generation dancers of Kookmin or neoclassical dance. It has a certain impact on the later publication of Taiwan dance books. In the existing 77 books on dancers or dance troupes, the ratio to dancer to dance troupe is about 3:1, indicating that writing with dancers as the focus has a certain degree appeal to readers and the market. Words related to the study of dancers or dance troupes can be seen earlier in Lin Huaimin's Passing By on 1989 and Talk About Dance on 1993. It was a new perspective of dance books at that time, where dancers narrated their mental process and change in choreography by rhythm. Directly exposed the mysterious worlds of dance to readers. This kind of work has moved dance book away from the practical function of textbooks and toward an appraised activity of appreciation. Reading may become a hobby and collection. This kind of book does not require you to highlight key points like a textbook to know what concepts are. Nor does it require you to ask yourself, what have you learned after reading? Instead, it combines your experience with your imagination to follow the words and experience the process of a dance from scratch and mental activity of the dancers in their works. In addition to the tone of self-narration, many scholars also write reviews related to the dance work from their professional perspective. For example, Jiang Xun's successive publication of Dancing White Snakes, Dancing the Dream of Red Machine, and Dancing Night Owls. They were all based on the historical, artistic, and political cultural backgrounds, providing unique explanatory notes of how they get words. Finally, let me briefly summarize the conclusion of the article of my context. Dance leadership is a comprehensive attribute like a sense of mission with professional quality, and it is a kind of ability that we can be accumulated through reading. Only when dancers constantly think about their choreography will audience be willing to enter the theater to watch their works. And scholars can also talk about dance with the substance and writing dance books one after another. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention of 9-page readings.
네, 천첸첸 박사님 발제 잘 들었습니다. 대만의 무용서 출간 어떤 상황들을 잘 분석해 주셔서 그것이 댄스 리더십과 또 어떻게 연결이 될 수 있을지 나중에 저희가 발제 토론과 더불어서 또 잘 해석해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이따 토론을 위해서 잠시 주만의 대기 부탁드리겠습니다. 그럼 빠르게 다음 발제로 진행을 하겠습니다. 이번 발제는 말라야 대학교의 프리말라야 디아그라젠 교수님께서 준비하고 계십니다. 혹시 연결되셨을까요? 디아그라젠 교수님, 안녕하세요. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
also hear that interpretation?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you very clearly. Can you hear that the interpretation also in English?
Yes.
Oh, good, great. So if you are ready, let's get started. 네. 자, 그러면 바로 이어서 저희 두 번째 발표 듣도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째 발표의 제목은요. Flipping the Class, Leadership Roles in Delivering Lessons라는 제목으로 준비해 주셨습니다. 자, 그럼 발표 부탁드리겠습니다.
Can I start? Can I start?
Yeah, you can go.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor Yang Moon, the president of Korean Society of Dance, for inviting me. And kudos to the whole KSD team for putting together this symposium after the pandemic. So congratulations. So my title is Flipping the Class, Leadership Roles in Delivering Lessons. It is evident in the institutions of higher learning today that the focus is not only to build core or hard skills related to the field of study, but also to build soft skills. Students are expected to be knowledgeable not only in the field they embark on, but are expected to embody elements such as communication, creativity, leadership, teamwork, and entrepreneurial skills as well in order for them to survive in the current labor market. To pave the way for these to happen, institutions of higher learning are expected to revisit the teaching and learning process to ensure that both skills are equally emphasized through appropriate teaching methodology embedded within the nature and content of the courses offered. In many countries, education is now moving towards new practices to make learners active and creative through student-centered learning. As dance educators of the 21st century post-pandemic, we have been introduced to many types of pedagogies to meet the ever-shifting expectations of learners. Moving away from traditional classrooms, which center the power on the teacher and learning that focuses on the teachings in the classroom, today's classroom is flexible and blended in nature, where learning can happen in various forms, both inside and outside the classroom or dance studios, with and without the presence of a teacher. In the advent of technological advancement and revolutionized social media, students have immediate access to all forms of information or knowledge. They need not depend on the teacher to provide the content. Most content is already available online. Today's students are growing up with internet access, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and a host of other digital resources. They carry Android or smartphones, iPad, iPod, and various digital devices that allow them to learn from anywhere. The current AI phenomenon, ChatGPT, for instance, is providing limitless possibilities for anyone looking for content of any forms. Hence, today's education necessitates a paradigm shift where teachers must share equal power with their students in conducting classes. In this vein, flipping the class is getting predominance in the teaching pedagogy of today's education system. So these are the sentiments that you see in the media, in the Malaysian media newspapers, about the importance of inculcating soft skills to enable our graduates to survive in the labor market. So what does it mean to flip a classroom? Bergman and Sands state that flipping the classroom establishes a quote, framework that ensures students receive a personalized education tailored to their individual needs, end quote. Personalization of education has been proposed as a solution. There's no specific methodology to be replicated and no checklist to follow that leads to guaranteed results. They stress that flipping the classroom is more about the mindset. redirecting attention away from the teacher and putting attention on the learner and the learning. Flipped refers to quote, that which is traditionally done as homework is now completed in class, end quote. But according to the authors, there is more to this, and it is not simplified as it sounds. Students are responsible for delivering the content while the teacher is simply there as a, quote, facilitator, a guide to provide expert feedback, end quote. In other words, the role of the teacher in the classroom is to help students and not deliver content. Learners are empowered in these classrooms. Teachers do not tire out or bear the burden of teaching for 2 to 3 hours. The teaching practice is transformed to allow learners to become proactive and creative. That's a radical change where learners prepare the content for the classroom. This active learning approach is an, quote, innovative model for the provision of high quality, collaborative, engaging, and motivating education, end quote. It engages learners in the process of learning through activities and or discussion in class, and it increases learners' higher order thinking, HOT, as compared to passively listening to a lecturer. In active learning, quote, students' activity and commitment in the teaching learning process, end quote, are key elements. Active learning involves students in the learning using different activities such as reading, writing, discussion, or problem solving, which promote analysis, synthesis, and evaluation of class content, and engages students in 2 aspects. For instance, doing things and thinking about the things they are doing. In addition, students can also engage in the assessment and feedback process besides delivering content. One of the core elements of preparing students to adequately fit into the industry is to assume leadership roles. Leadership development programs have emerged as a necessary platform to produce future leaders. What I find useful is not only developing these programs outside the curriculum, but to embed the skill within the curriculum through the courses we teach. This skill can be enhanced within the classroom. In this vein, I'm going to reflect on my own teaching practice and examine how I moved away from the traditional classroom, shifting my power to my students. I devise and practice my style of flipping the classroom. This paper is not intended to look at my leadership role, but rather it focuses on how we can empower our students by inculcating that skill in them through our courses. The idea to implement quote-unquote student as class leaders emerged from my own personal experience as a learner while I was pursuing the doctoral study in dance at the USA. Up till that point, I was not exposed to this style. The teacher was regarded as the beacon of knowledge, and we attend classes to obtain knowledge from our teachers. However, when I started my graduate studies, we were introduced to the pedagogy of assuming class leadership, where every one of us were given the opportunity to lead the class in a semester. While I found it rather challenging at first, I embraced it as it gave me the freedom to plan my lesson, present my readings, and organize activities related to the lesson in an individualized manner. I found it so useful that I decided to adopt this pedagogy when I returned to Malaysia and started to teach graduate classes at the University Malaya. Currently, I teach various courses such as dance research methodology, dance ethnography, dance studies seminar for Master of Dance students, apart from other programs. In this paper, I intend to focus on dance ethnography course. Dance ethnography is a core course that's offered in the 2nd semester of the Master of Dance program. This program is a 1-year full coursework program where students are expected to complete 7 core courses, 2 elective courses, and 1 research project within a year. This program was first introduced in 2018. The average number of students for each cohort is about 9 to 10 students. Students are given an array of courses to equip them to frame a final project that could be ethnographical, pedagogical, or a creative production. Dance ethnography is regarded as an important methodological approach to conduct dance research. Hence, it is taught as a single subject. This course focuses on this ethnographic fieldwork while students learn theoretical aspects of conducting an ethnographic study. It provides them with the theoretical and practical skills necessary to conduct their own research. Students examine closely theories that could be utilized in ethnographic fieldwork and also learn fieldwork techniques, documenting and organizing field notes, analysis of field data, and the process of academic writing based on ethnographic research of dance. In addition, case studies of dance research also serve as models of ethnographic studies of dance. This course is offered for a duration of 14 weeks. Students are given introductory lecture on the first week. During the introduction, students are given guidelines for conducting fieldwork. They are asked to propose a field site where they will individually conduct fieldwork for a duration of 10 weeks. We call this as mini ethnography assignment. Students are responsible for their own research schedule. They will do observations, participations, and interviews during their fieldwork, and they will record their fieldwork in the form of field notes. These field notes will then be developed into 2 mini essays where they will structure their findings and complete the write-up of findings. While they conduct fieldwork, they are introduced to various tools, approaches, and concepts to help them understand how to collect and analyze data. Theories, concepts, and key approaches to conduct fieldwork are drawn from various dance scholarships or readings assigned for each week under a particular theme. For example, dance and culture, dance from the global perspective, fieldwork in dance, anthropology of dance, and etc. Students see the syllabus for the course on the first day of their class. They will look at the weekly readings and choose the week or weeks they intend to lead the class. Student leader is a core role and a key strategy for teaching and learning in this class. While I leave them to decide when to lead the class, I intervene if needed to help them decide which week they may want to lead based on their research interests. Once decided, each person takes on the responsibility to prepare for class leadership as scheduled. To assist them, I provide them with the avenue to meet me before class to discuss their ideas and activities. This meeting also serves as a kind of support and an encouragement that leads to the confidence of carrying out their assignments as weekly leaders. Students prepare the content in the form of PowerPoint presentations, poster presentations, videos, reflections, discussions, and movement practices. They use online videos, Kahoot for quizzes, whiteboard for brainstorming ideas and movement practices. They are allotted 1 hour in the 3-hour class to play their role as a leader. During that hour, they utilize their creativity to deliver key terms, main arguments, methodological tools, and findings from various readings through different modes of transmission, lecture, discussions, visual displays, games, and physical movements. It involves various mediums of expression, be it visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. As leaders, students decide the form of deliverance each time they assume the position. Some prefer to begin with a quiz by testing students' knowledge on what they have learned for that week, setting the pace before the actual teaching can take place. This approach makes students alert and attentive, opening the avenue to want to learn, especially when they cannot answer questions. Leaders are responsible for setting questions and answers using various online apps, after which they guide their classmates to set up the apps in their own mobile phones, tablets, or laptops. Other leaders begin with movement practices related to the topic discussed. Students move to suitable spaces for them to explore certain movements. Leaders monitor the individual movement practices, and once they have rehearsed, the group watch each other's presentations. The praxis opens up the lesson and leads to theoretical discussion in the class. Besides this, there are also leaders who open the class with video presentation that eventually lead to discussions and lectures. As we see here, the activities are varied and unpredictable. Classes continue with exploration of questions put up by students before class as a response to the readings. These questions are gathered and brought by leaders to the class for further discussions. This role culminates in a task where leaders critically analyze their leadership responsibilities through a reflective paper after each session. In the last cohort, I additionally told students that they will vote for the best leader at the end of the semester to encourage them to take their leadership role seriously and to prepare well for their role. So my critical reflection now. What I found insightful and meaningful is that students do become active learners and the learning curve improves over time as students become assured that they are responsible for delivering classes. There appears to be a deep interest and commitment in wanting to master the knowledge so that they can transmit it to their fellow classmates. Rather than approaching the class passively, there seemed to be a shift in the attitude of students assuming the role of a leader. While they know that they need to perform well in order for them to score well in their assignments, they also feel that they have the ethical duty to carry out their task well. Students in the class, meanwhile, show interest in learning as they are curious about how the classes will take shape and what tasks they will be embarking on in the class. I witnessed the transformation as an observer of the class and as a facilitator who carried out discussions with the students. Students deemed the class leadership role with ambiguity, challenging, fun, fearful, and happy, with a majority expressing their response in favor of the assignment. Another development that emerged from the flipping classroom was the diverse materials that were brought into the classes. Students took the extra mile to look for examples outside the prescribed readings to support the content, and do so mostly through visual projections such as pictures, videos, and online lectures. This was not only shared during the class hour, but extended to after class, where they continued the discussions and video sharing through WhatsApp group messages. I found this move to be positive reinforcement of the learning process. The student-centered learning helped to build and improve simultaneously several soft skills such as creativity, leadership, teamwork, and communication. It definitely relieves the burden of lecturers or teachers as the provider of knowledge when students take on that responsibility. However, I'm not saying that in this context, teachers completely surrender their responsibility, but instead they move to a position where they aid the learning process in terms of assessing the delivery style, locating and assessing materials, clarifying doubts of difficult lessons, correcting factual errors, and explaining key terms to enhance the process of learning. Now, while I explain the benefits of empowering students through this pedagogy, I also intend to highlight the challenges when shifting the power to the students. The success of this pedagogy depends very much on the competency and capabilities of our students. For instance, in the recent cohort that I just taught, 6 out of 8 students were from China, and out of the 6, 50%, 3 out of 6 had language constraints. They were not able to communicate well and fully comprehend the reading materials. In such circumstances, the delivery of the content was rather shallow and contained incorrect interpretation of text. Hence, I had to intervene in the preparation of classes, giving them ideas on what activities they could carry on in class, and during the lecture, I rescued them by explaining certain key concepts. At times, it looked as though I was conducting the lecture. Although it was not my intention to do so, I had to do it so that class did not end up getting confused and not learning what it should be learning. The success of student leadership thus depends primarily on the student's ability to acquire, manage, and transmit knowledge. These skills can be learned and improved, but it takes time. It may not ideally be achieved within the semester. Flipping the class is not an easy method to practice in Asian classrooms where students are used to being submissive and subservient and passively receiving instructions. We see this very clearly in Malaysian classrooms. They are shy and do not easily share views. So this pedagogy presented another challenge during discussions. Although students managed to deliver the content through oral presentation with the aid of PowerPoint and other visual aids, the problem arose when student leaders elicit discussions. There seemed to be a lack of confidence, which largely emerged due to the poor command of language and the inability to grasp the essence of academic readings assigned in classes. At this point, they heavily relied on the support of the teacher. The spontaneity and critical engagement between students in synthesizing and reviewing materials learned are definitely serious issues to be rectified in the future, since this is the downside of this pedagogy. Okay, I conclude now. Flipping classroom and student-centered learning are not new learning approaches in Malaysia, but this have yet to gain attention from all sectors of educators. It has started to enter institutions of higher learning when these institutions are asked to focus on building soft skills as an important requirement for producing marketable graduates, to increase employability level, and for creating future leaders in various fields. In today's world, reliance on hard skills alone does not guarantee a job placement, but enhancement of soft skills as well. These skills should be embedded in our courses as a necessary quote-unquote precision intervention. As current leaders in dance education, it falls on our shoulders to rethink and redesign our curriculum, particularly our teaching style. While the top-down method is still deeply ingrained in the education ecosystem, I posit that arts educators have started looking for alternative ways to empower our learners and the learning process. In this paper, I foreground one such method, borrowing the concept of flipping classroom through the assignment of students as class leaders to present a paradigm shift revolutionizing how our students can learn. As I have discussed, there are major challenges in this pedagogy, but it's a good start towards personalization of education, activating one's way of learning through self-independency and autonomy. That's it. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 프리말라야 띠아그리젠 박사님, 잠시 후 디스커션을 위해 잠시 대기해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 저희가 전통적인 한국도 마찬가지고 해외도 마찬가지고 무용교육이 굉장히 탑다운 방식의 리더십, 무용수나 학생을 악기로 바라보고 어떤 동작을 입력하는 방식들이 강했다면 지금 우리 교실 뒤집기라는 이 제목으로 발표해 주셨던 것처럼 지금은 동반 크리에이터로, 파트너로 또 콜라보레이터로 학생과 무용수를 바라보고 있는 관점들이 늘어나고 있어서 이런 리더십, 이런 교실 내에서의 뒤집기가 한번 굉장히 의미가 있을 것 같습니다. 자, 많이 피곤하시죠? 하루 종일 굉장히 저희가 굉장히 인텐시브하게 진행을 하고 있는데요. 마지막 발제입니다. 우리 성균관대학교의 김나혜 교수님께서 준비하고 계신데요. 발제 제목은 Developing Dance Artists as Authentic Leaders Through the Cultivation of Creativity라는 제목입니다. 우리 김나혜 교수님께 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good afternoon. I hope you have attention span left for one more. My name is Nai Kim, and I am honored to be here today at KSD International Symposium. I'm looking forward to engaging in thoughtful discussions, learning from everyone, and fostering meaningful connections during this symposium. I am currently affiliated with Songyungwan University, where I serve as an associate professor of contemporary dance. My experience as an educator extends to teaching both at my current school and at the Hong Kong Academy for Performing Arts. One significant observation I've made, particularly in Korea, is the prevalent passive approach to learning and passive peer pressure to conform, often hindering the growth of individuals. As a result, my study, titled Developing Dance Artists as Authentic Leaders Through the Cultivation of Creativity, seeks to encourage a transition from passive to active learning among students, with the ultimate aim of empowering them through enhanced agency and creativity. In 2018, OECD stated as such, "We are facing unprecedented challenges, social, economic, and environmental, driven by accelerating globalization and a faster rate of technological developments. At the same time, those forces are providing us with myriad new opportunities for human advancement. The future is uncertain, and we cannot predict it, but we need to be open and ready for it." In response to this dynamic landscape, tertiary education is constantly evolving to prepare students for an uncertain future. The OECD project, The Future of Education and Skills 2030, unites nations in the pursuit of answers to two profound questions. The project's primary aim is not to establish a uniform approach in education. Instead, it serves as a platform for fostering a shared understanding of curriculum design. The essence of preparing students for the future lies in endowing them with the ability to take control of their education and assume an active role in their lives. This sense of agency entails a responsibility to engage with the world, shaping a positive impact on people, events, and circumstances. Agency encompasses the power to define a guiding purpose and orchestrate actions to achieve it. A thriving and forward-looking education equips young individuals to think independently, collaborate effectively, solve complex problems, challenge established knowledge, incorporate emerging information, communicate proficiently, and promote overall well-being. The youth of today necessitate knowledge that transcends rote memorization, striving for a deeper and more meaningful learning experience. At the heart of this study lies a central investigation into the cultivation of authentic leadership through the creative process, with a particular emphasis on empowerment and agency. This involves a purposeful departure from conventional dance pedagogy, which traditionally relies on rote learning and memorization, in favor of a more contemporary and innovative approach in line with the evolving demands of our times. Amid the backdrop of a swiftly changing society shaped by the fourth industrial revolution and technological advancements, authentic leadership takes on paramount significance. As technology advances at an unprecedented pace, industries and daily life undergo rapid transformations. Authentic leaders grounded in self-knowledge and a well-defined set of values and convictions are better equipped to navigate this ever-evolving landscape. As a result, this endeavor manifests as a proposal for a dance educational model designed to cultivate authentic leadership within tertiary education. This educational model takes shape as a preliminary study founded upon a review of theories comprising authentic leadership, creativity, and narrative inquiry. The interest in the topic of authentic leadership has grown over the past 2 decades. A review of literature illustrates that there is no single accepted definition of authentic leadership, and the term is utilized in different ways by different authors. While there exists no single definition of authentic leadership, the literature on authentic leadership reveals common traits shared by authentic leaders, including high degree of self-awareness, strong sense of identity, relational authenticity, authentic behavior. Furthermore, the development of authentic leaders encompasses 4 distinct components: identity development, self-knowledge and clarity, goal alignment, and self-expressive behavior. The concept of creativity is multifaceted and subject to various definitions and interpretations. Within the context of the study, creativity is perceived as a transformative journey, beginning with the inception of an idea and culminating in the creation of a tangible product. This perspective aligns with Mumford and Gustafson's understanding of creativity. It is noteworthy that this creative journey closely parallels the inherent creative process involved in choreographing dances. As a result, this research advocates for the implementation of choreographic educational model that incorporates the principles of choreographic technique and phronesis. These elements collectively form the foundation for a model designed to nurture authentic leadership through the power of creativity. Importantly, this approach resonates with the belief that through the process of creating art and giving emotional expression a physical form, artists gain deeper insights into themselves. Choreographic techne and phronesis was developed based on Aristotle's types of knowledge. It pursued for understanding choreographic knowledge in the teaching and learning of choreography. Choreographic techne refers to the skills and technique a choreographer requires to assemble and design steps. On the other hand, phronesis concerns practical wisdom that the choreographer needs to discover himself or herself and to solve problems during the choreographic process. In this study, there is a pronounced emphasis on compositional elements within choreographic techne. Additionally, phronesis is reconfigured in alignment with authentic leadership theory. Essentially, authentic leadership is related to developing self-knowledge and a personal point of view, which reflects clarity about their values and convictions. Studies explicate that authentic leadership is achieved through the development of a life story. Narrative inquiry is generally used in studies of educational experience as research approach based on the claim that humans are storytelling organisms. Arts-based narrative inquiry with the focus on autobiographical approach is adopted in this study. For the students to take him herself as the subject of research and using the story of the self to express it in the medium of dance, and through this process giving value to their own voice and experiences. Based on the literature review, narrative inquiry for pursuing personal identity is revealed through an examination of the past, present, and future. Such categories of investigation are formed for the educational model by aligning the corresponding 3 questions. The identified choreographic model serves as education through choreography as opposed to education for choreography. This approach views choreography as a medium for exploring self-identity and discovering one's unique voice through a creative process. Its educational objective is to foster authentic leadership through creativity. Giving physical form to the stories we convey through dance provides a path to deeper self-understanding, directly influencing the construction of one's identity. Creativity in this context serves as a means of enriching an artist's personal character, contributing to the development of their identity. The educational components of the model can be categorized into 3 progressive dimensions: authentic identity, authentic relationships, and authentic behavior. These dimensions are derived from the principles of authentic leaderships and its common traits. Authentic identity at its most fundamental level, this dimension encompasses components that delve into self-knowledge. Self-knowledge revolves around the fundamental question, who am I, as a means to truly understand and discover ourselves. It's widely acknowledged that personal narratives, the life stories we carry, serve as the ultimate markers of one's identity. Consequently, personal identities find expression and communication through movement. In terms of infrastructure, self-knowledge gives form to movement that is unique to each artist. At the intermediate level, the components within this dimension build upon self-knowledge, extending into a deeper understanding of the authentic relationships one has forged and nurtured. These narratives pertain to groups, families, or organizations aiming to uncover shared beliefs, common history, and shared values. This involves asking the pivotal question, who are we? Through this process, a greater clarity of values and convictions is achieved. Subsequently, this clarity facilitates an assessment of strengths and weaknesses, which in turn enhances one's self-concept. In terms of facade, the clarity of values and convictions identified through authentic relationships provides a structure to the choreography. And lastly, authentic behavior. At the advanced level, the components of this dimension build upon the foundation laid by the previous 2 dimensions. These narratives revolve around the exploration of future goals, dreams, and vision, delving into what Bruner refers to as possible worlds. The underlying principle across all these dimensions is that these narratives evolve in harmony with one's self-concept. Authentic behavior therefore entails the act of walking the talk, where the core beliefs expressed align seamlessly with one's words and actions. In terms of landscaping, this alignment shapes the choreographic style, imbuing it with a sense of authenticity and originality unique to the artist's work. In this study, I have examined the confluence of authentic leadership, creativity, and narrative inquiry within the context of tertiary dance education to potentially redefine dance education in a rapidly changing world. This model encourages students to explore their identities, develop authentic leadership qualities, and harness the power of creativity to thrive and shape their future. It is a model that aims to prepare students for the uncertainties of the future, but also empowers them to become active agents in shaping that future. In conclusion, this model not only provides a comprehensive framework for the intersection of authentic leadership, creativity, and narrative inquiry in dance education, but also instigates the need for further research and exploration in this field. Future studies can investigate the practical application of the authentic leadership choreographic model in real educational settings to discover pedagogical methods. Additionally, further research can explore the impact on students' personal and artistic growth and their ability to apply authentic leadership qualities in their careers. Thank you so much for your interest and attention.
네, 김나혜 교수님 감사합니다. 우리가 오센틱 리더십에 대해서 또 굉장히 어떻게 그것이 실천적으로 적용하고 우리가 배울 수 있을까 토론 시간에서 이야기 나눠볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 자, 세 개의 오후 발제가 모두 끝났고요. 저희가 잠시 세팅을 좀 하고요. 무대 위로 발제자님들과 지휘자님들을 모시겠습니다. 사무에서 진행하시는 동안 잠깐 한 1, 2분 정도 브레이크가 생길 것 같아요. 잠시 화장실 다녀오시고 커피라도 한 잔 드시면서 마지막 디스커션까지 남아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 모두 착석해 주셔서 감사합니다. 간단히 시작하기 전에 제가 소개해드리고 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저희 발제해 주시나 너무 세 분의 발제자님이 수고해 주셨고요. 질의해 주시는 분들 여기 현장에 와 계시는데요. 간단히 제가 소개해 드리겠습니다. 우선 충남대학교에서 오신 우리 김현정 교수님 감사합니다. 한국예술종합학교에서 오신 박서영 교수님, 그리고 지리로 오전에 발제해 주셨죠. 미국 콜럼비아 대학교 아놀드 연구소의 우리 질 그랜드스트롬 선생님, 너무 시차가 안 맞아서 녹화로 지금 미리 준비해 주셨습니다. 다음 지리자 또 소개드리겠습니다. 국민대학교 교수님이시면서 또 아컴의 대표이신 우리 서희용 교수님, 성균관대학교의 이지선 교수님, 전북대학교의 고현정 교수님 오셨습니다. 그리고 우리 온라인으로 두 분의 발제자 그리고 현장에 김나혜 교수님 와 계십니다. 그러면 저희 순서대로 좀 진행을 해보려고 하는데요. 오후 수원 순서의 첫 번째 발제셨죠. 천첸첸 선생님 연결되어 계실까요? 화면에 좀, 네, 저희가 먼저
Yes, I'm here.
네, 잘 연결되어 있는 것 같고요. 그러면 우리 김현정 교수님부터 질의하시겠습니다.
네, 치엔첸첸 교수님의 논문을 통해서 대만의 무용 서적의 주요 흐름과 의미를 파악할 수 있었습니다. 발표해 주신 교수님께 감사드립니다. 본 연구를 좀 이제 제가 요약을 했는데요. 본 연구는 무용 리더십의 기초가 댄스북스, 무용 서적에 있음을 논의하고 있습니다. 무용은 공연되는 그 순간 사라지기 때문에 일시성, 일회성, 순간성이라는 특성을 갖고 있습니다. 무용에 대해 글을 쓰고 연구하고 무용 서적을 발간하는 것은 무용과 글쓰기의 상호작용이 이루어지면서 그 가운데 무용인들과 독자들의 사고력, 연결 능력, 창의적인 상상력을 증진시킵니다. 더 나아가 무용계를 발전시키고 무용 리더십을 발전시키고 있는데요. 본 연구는 대만의 무용 서적의 종류를 내용에 따라 8가지로 구분하고 있습니다. 무용사와 이론, 무용 교육과 교수법, 무용 치료, 논문 컬렉션, 마켓, 무용 수도는 무용단, 스포츠와 피트니스, 대중과학, 어린이 관련 내용입니다. 무용 서적들은 극장 무대에서 무용 공연뿐 아니라 일상생활 속 다양한 춤에 이르기까지 여러 형태의 무용과 의미들을 다루면서 무용, 춤추기, 몸의 중요성을 드러내고 있습니다. 대학 무용학과의 설립과 학부, 석사, 박사 과정의 체계적인 교육과정 운영, 졸업생들의 활동은 무용 리더십 발전에 기여하고 있습니다. 저의 질문은 세 가지입니다. 첫째, 대만의 무용 서적 출간에 있어서 코로나19 팬데믹 이전과 이후에 어떤 변화가 있었는지 궁금합니다. 둘째, 첸 교수님께서 언급하신 무용 서적의 종류 8가지에서 대중과학 서적과 어린이 관련 서적들에 대해서 좀 더 구체적으로 설명해 주시면 저희가 이해하는 데 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 세 번째는 대만의 무용 서적 출간에 있어서 그 무용 전공자 출신의 저자와 타 분야 전공 출신의 저자들 간의 어떤 학술 교류나 공동 연구라든가 공동 저술, 집필이 있는지, 만일 있다면 주로 어느 분야의 저자들이 참여하고 있는지 궁금합니다. 이상입니다.
네, 천첸첸 교수님, 번역 잘 들리고 계실까요? 통역? 네, 저희가 지금 통역, 동시 통역이긴 하지만 조금 시간이 걸리는 것 같습니다. 대답 가능하실까요?
Thank you for asking, Professor Kim. For the first question, although many dances have online performers and the frequency of online workshop has also increased, COVID-19's influence on Taiwan's dance book population is not too great. It still focuses on the population of historical theory and dancers or dance troupes. Existing data displays, if we take 4 years as a unit, the number of publications is almost the same as that of the first 4 years before COVID-19. And the second question about the popular science. There were 2 types of popular science and children's books. One with a relatively large proportion of pictures. The authors of these books include not only university teachers like us, but also art teachers and design teams from creative groups. In 221, I have a book called Dancer's Note, popular here. I have a book. We use limited words. You can see that. We use limited words to introduction to readers what dancers are doing or what dance classes is doing in education, choreography, dancing, and other aspects. And in 2014 and 2016, we have Let's Do Ballet. Can you see that? And The Secret Diary of Ballet Girls. Like these books, they have many ballet information with picture and less words. They use more comics to introduction ballets. There's also a type of popular science books that mainly focus on text, on words, and most of the authors are still university teachers like us, who introduction the readers to the same way to appreciate dance. Am I answered the question now?
네, 답변 감사합니다. 대답이 되셨을까요? 혹시
네,
빠진
충분한 답변이 된 것 같습니다. 감사합니다. 네. 세 번째
세 번째 질문을 아까 한 번만 더 말씀해 주실까요? 그러면
네네.
네.
세 번째 질문은 그 대만의 이제 무용 서적 출간에 있어서 무용 전공 출신의 이제 저자 연구자들도 있지만 또 타분야 전공 출신의 저자들이 있는지, 또 어떤 학술 교류라든가 공동 연구, 공동 집필 뭐 이런 작업이 있는지 이제 궁금하고, 만약에 있다면 주로 어느 분야의 저자들인지, 뭐 인문학, 사회학, 공학, 예술 경영, 뭐 아니면 타 예술 분야 뭐 있는지 이제 궁금합니다. 네.
네, 천 교수님 아직 계실까요?
Yes. The publication of dance book in Taiwan has been influenced by the market, and in recent years, people have increasingly attached importance to children's art education. Therefore, there is a trend to develop a section of children's books. Some authors to dance books are teachers of painting, and in the field of dance therapy, there are also some medical, psychological backgrounds who will join the writing of dance books.
네.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 또 국제 교류 화면을 통해서 다른 문화권의 또 책을 보는 것도 굉장히 흥미로운 것 같습니다. 네, 준비해 주셨던 우리 천 박사님께 감사드리고요. 이어서 우리 한국예술종합학교의 박서영 교수님 질의 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 제가 이게 국제학술대회라서 영어로 질의를 해야 하는 줄 알고 영어로 준비를 했는데 괜찮으신 거죠? 동시 통역이 되니까요?
너무 감사합니다.
그럼 짧게 질문을 하겠습니다. Hello, this is 서영 Park. Can you hear me?
네, 화면을 좀 띄워주시겠습니까?
Hello. I enjoyed your presentation on the importance of dance books in documenting and studying dance. I found value in your idea that our reading from childhood is closely connected to our current dance practice. After 1988, dance books expanded into sports and fitness, dance therapy, and popular science. In 2004, children's books began to appear on the market. We heard in your presentation. I could see that the field of dance is expanding from elite-oriented professional dance to social dance for the general public and dance for children. In your presentation, you mentioned that books for children and family readers are emerging and gradually entering the family. I'm curious about specific examples of research related to children, especially families. My second question is, you mentioned that sports and fitness books accounted for 9%, social science books accounted for 5%, and children's books accounted for only 3%. Nowadays, in Korea, there is a growing awareness of the importance of the social and practical value of dance for all people, not just professionals. I would like to know if there are more and more real-life examples and research in this area in Taiwan as well, with specific examples. Thank you.
Thank you for asking, Professor. For the first question, for children, you can take a look at the book in my hand. This book named The Story of Ballet and the Story, Music, and Magic of Classic Dance. The book used a lot of illustrations, but also a lot of words. So parents and children need to read this type of books together. The process not only gives the children some understanding of dance, but also allow the parents to gain some professional knowledge while reading when they read with their children.
네, 답변이 되셨을까요? Dr. Chen, can you turn on the mic? You are so mute, so can you turn on the mic, please?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't turn on my mic. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, for children, you can take a look at the book I just shown in my hand. The story of ballet, the story, music, and magic of classic dance. The book uses a lot of picture, but also has a lot of words. So parents and children need to read this type of book together. The process not only gives children some understanding of dance, but also allows parents to gain some professional knowledge while reading with their children. And the second question is, actually there are not many people in Taiwan who study dance or engage in dance works. But what's very special is the proportion of non-dance professionals who walk into theater and watching dance is pretty much. Similarly, some books on dance science popularization, introduction to dancers and dance truth, and some historical books with relatively simple concepts has received very good market feedbacks. So I think this question may need to be considered together with people who enjoy dance performers. However, as the total population has been decreased, we cannot say that the total number of people enjoying dancing has increased. We can only say that there are more and more people who enjoy various dance. So they might be interested in various dance books. And that's my answer.
Thank you for your response. Thank you.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 질의해주신 두 분 교수님도 감사드립니다. 그럼 다음 발제로 넘어가겠습니다. 아마 줌에서 오래 대기하고 계신 것 같은데요. 말라야 대학교의 프리말라타 띠아그리젠 교수님, 저희 화면으로 좀 만나볼 수 있을까요? 그럼 저희가 두 분의 질의자가 있는데요. 시차로 미리 녹화를 해주셨어요. 오전에 발표 주셨던 컬럼비아 대학교의 아놀드 연구소의 질 그룬드스트롬 선생님께서 질의를 먼저 주셨는데요. 저희가 영상 먼저 보고 질의를 영상으로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 영상 플레이 부탁드립니다.
Hi there. Thank you so much for sharing your paper with us. Our first question is, as you describe it, flipping the classroom required that students choose a topic and teach it to the class. You note that the success of this pedagogy depends very much on the competency and capability of our students. How are your students being prepared to teach in this way? And what recommendations would you give to other instructors who might want to use a similar flipped model? Our second question is, following their teaching presentations, students were asked to critically analyze their leadership responsibilities in a reflective paper. We know that critical self-reflection is an important capacity in leadership development. What themes or understandings have you observed from the students' critical self-reflections? Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing your responses.
Okay, shall I address the questions?
Oh, yeah. Please proceed.
Actually, as I mentioned in my paper already, there are limitations. Like what the professor mentioned just now, our learners are not fully equipped for this kind of pedagogy. As such, the leadership assignment was a guided one. So which means before they actually go to the class and they play their leadership role, they're supposed to come and meet me or talk to me on the phone and explain to me if they have any anxiety, if they have any issues, if they have any problem, and I try to help them. I think it solves 50% of the problem. At least it boosts their confidence. At least that's what they tell me. Oh, doctor, after I speak to you, I feel like I think I know what I'm going to do. You know, they give that kind of feedback, and then you feel like, okay, fine. So in the class, that 1 hour, it's their time. So usually it differs. It depends on the competency or capability of that particular student leader. If the person is able to grasp and know the subject matter, there will not be any problem. So I will conclude it at the end. But as it is, if there are problems, I would normally go in and then I will try to clarify certain issues for them or problems for them, and then we'll get into discussion. Sometimes I even help them with discussion. Now, what I can advise others is that you can't have high expectation with our learners. First, you need to know who your learners are and where do they stand. Based on then, you need to modify. You can't do maybe 100% flipping method, and class leadership may not guarantee 100% success. It all depends, it's all trial and error. So you need to maybe start small and see how it develops. And then every session, when you do that particular course, you can make it better or make it simpler. So it all depends on the nature of the class, the population of the class, right? That's the first one. Second one, what are the critical self-reflections by the student? Basically, even that I guide them, what they should write. So usually they speak about pre-class. So how did they prepare for the class? And what did they feel? What kind of ideas did they have? What sort of preparation? And then class, during class, how did they prepare for class? How did they manage? Did the class go as they planned? Or what failed? And then after that is the post-class. Post-class is what they have learned through that lesson and what they will bring forward in the future. So it has always been 360 degrees critical analysis on themselves, saying that what good things that happen. The good thing is always they mention that they have felt that they know the content a little bit more. And maybe the negative ones probably to probably to overcome their fear, and then probably self-confidence, building self-confidence and all that. So what happens is, as they do, sometimes they do 2 class leadership, sometimes they do 1 class leadership. So when they go to the second class leadership, you can definitely see a shift in terms of their self-reflection, where they are a little bit more confident. So although we cannot have very, very high expectation, but at least this little successes that, the students are raising in their self-reflection paper gives me a kind of gratification that something really worked. So yeah, I think I've answered both questions.
네, 굉장히 지금 현장에 안 계시지만 굉장히 좋은 답변이었던 것 같습니다. 한 분 질의가 더 있어서요. 저희 국민대학교의 우리 또 사랑받는 교수님이신 서희연 교수님 질의해 주시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 국민대학교 아컴의 서희영입니다. 저희 국민대학교에서도 그 교수님 말씀하신 대로 학생들이 주도적으로 이끌은 수업이 많이 개설되어 있어요. 뭐 청년예술 CEO라든지 뭐 나눔예술제라든지 아니면 문화예술 컨설팅이라든지 다양한 교과목으로 진행이 되고 있는데요. 이제 저희도 다다음 주에 이제 발표회를 앞두고 있어서 교수님 내용이 굉장히 흥미롭게 잘 들었습니다. 저는 한 가지 질문을 드리려고 하는데요. 그러면 결과적으로 예술 기반의 미래 교육 리더십 역량 개발을 위한 교육 과정이나 교육 내용을 한번 제안 주신다면 특별히 무엇이 있을까요? 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor, for your question. Because we just did our curriculum review and all that, so this is something that we are constantly thinking about. So what I would suggest is, I'm not an expert, by the way, I'm just suggesting. What we can do is we can look at all our courses, and then from the courses, you can pick out courses that potentially has avenues to build leadership skills. This is normally courses that happens towards the end of the program, like the ones in year 2 and year 3. So once you have tapped into those, once you have identified those courses, then what you can do is you can look at the teaching strategies and see how you can make changes to the teaching strategies. Like, for example, now we are really not so much interested in lectures, like we going in and lecturing for 3 hours. No, we have started changing all that to blending, blended classroom, flipping. So we try to strategize which weeks what we are going to do. And then that's one of the things, the strategies. So looking back at how you teach and what you teach your students and where you can embed what you call programs or activities to build leadership skill. Second one is how we assess our students. I think our assessment should also take a paradigm shift where I am totally against go sit in the class, go sit in the exam hall and write exam for 3 hours. In fact, in my courses, we have started embedding open book exam where students decide how they want to answer, where they want to get the information. So this assessment methods, I think, should also be something that we revisit. Like, for example, a presentation or a poster presentation, as opposed to sit down and write an exam or things like that. So I think the assessment also, the assessment methods should also be revisited. Yeah, these are the two main areas that I can think of, and we made some changes to our curriculum recently based on this.
네, 또 멋진 아이디어를 공유해 주셔서 감사합니다. 무용 수업 같은 이렇게 창의적인 것은 뭔가 안전한 실패를 위한 리허설이어서 언제든지 학생들에게 열려 있을 수 있어야 된다고 저도 개인적으로 생각하는데, 굉장히 그런 교실 뒤집기라는 권한을 나누어 줌으로써 학생들의 리더십을 성장시키는 방법에 좀 많은 인사이트를 저희가 얻을 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 시차가 아주 똑같진 않은데 그래도 이렇게 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사드리고요. 질의 주셨던 우리 서희연 교수님께도 감사드립니다. 네. 네. 잠깐 박수를 칠까요? 그러면 우리가 네. 자, 드디어 오래 기다리셨습니다. 우리 김나혜 교수님 발제 잘 주셨는데 저희가 처음인 것 같아요. 두 분의 질의자가 다 현장에 나와 있고 발제자분도 현장에 나와 있는 케이스가 처음인 것 같습니다. 우리 이지선 교수님부터 그러면 질의를 먼저 좀 부탁드릴까요?
네, 안녕하세요. 이지선입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 이렇게 마지막까지 경청해 주셔서 감사드리고요. 제가 마지막이니까 바로 질문 드리겠습니다. 저희 시대에 사실 예술 개념도 굉장히 넓어지고 안무 개념도 다양해졌는데요. 제가 연구자로서 좀 혼란스러울 때가 있습니다. 너무 이게 제너럴라이제이션이 되다 보니까 어느 지점을 고민해야 될까 그런 생각들을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 예술가의 창의성이랑 미래 인재 역량이 완전히 일치하고 있는 시점인데요. 이 안무가와 이 진성 리더가 갖고 있는 역량의 어떤 공통점, 그리고 조금 더 우리가 변별을 하자면 어떤 차이점이 있을까라는 질문을 드리고 싶고요. 그다음에 지금 두 번째 질문으로는 이 앞에서 언급해 주신 OECD 프로젝트처럼 글로벌 교육 방향이 이렇게 학습자 중심, 역량 중심 이런 키워드가 떠오르고 있고, 저희도 2022년 교육과정에서 정확히 일치되는 교육 방향으로 개편이 됐다고 듣고 있습니다. 그래서 무용이 고등학교에서 선택 교과가 되면서 이걸 어떻게 앞으로 가르칠 것인가에 대한 연구가 많이 필요하다고 생각이 드는데요. 이런 입장에서 특히 발표자 선생님께서 이 안무 교육이 진정 리더십과 직결돼야 되는, 특별히 이 안무라는 키워드를 가지고 오신 점들이 좀 궁금하고요. 그리고 지금 다 대학 교육으로 포커싱이 되어 있는데 이것이 초중고로 조금 확대되었을 때 어떤 가능성들이 있을지 궁금합니다. 감사합니다. 네.
In the contemporary context, the dissolution of boundaries between art and daily life is indeed significant. This evolution has opened up new possibilities for the concept of choreography, making it more accessible and adaptable for diverse settings. Choreographers and authentic leaders share common traits such as creativity, adaptability, and the ability to inspire and guide others. Both must exhibit creativity in problem solving, an openness to experimentation, and the capacity to communicate a vision effectively. However, there are differences. Choreographers primarily work within the artistic realm, where their creativity is channeled into movement and expression, whereas authentic leaders, on the other hand, operate in a broader context, often within organizations or communities. They use their creativity to drive innovation, collaboration, and change in various domains. While both roles require vision and creativity, the application and outcomes can differ significantly. Is my answer to the first question.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Yes. The second would be promoting authentic leadership through dance choreography education is particularly relevant in the context of learner-centered and competency-centered education reforms. Cultivating dance choreography education not only aligns with modern educational reforms, but also provides a unique avenue for nurturing the qualities of authentic leaders, making it a valuable addition to K-12 curricula. It could foster creativity and critical thinking, collaboration and communication, confidence and self-expression, and also embrace diversity. However, for the implementation, further pedagogical research would be needed.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 저희가 동시 통역이기 때문에 언제든지 편하신 언어로 질문하시고 답하셔도 될 것 같습니다. 그럼 마지막 질의자이십니다. 우리 전북대학교 고현정 교수님 질의 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 고현정입니다. 마지막이니까 아주 재빨리 하겠습니다. 저는 정말 어려운 글을 열심히 읽었고요. 그렇지만 재미있게 읽었습니다. 그래서 저는 두 가지 질문을 드리겠는데요. 교수님의 코리오그래픽 테크닉 프로네시스 모형이 굉장히 흥미로웠는데요. 이 모형이 실제로 교육에 어떻게 적용될 수 있는지 그 예시를 조금 설명해 주실 수 있는지 부탁드리고요. 또 실제로 혹시 적용해 보셨다면 학생들이 그 후에 어떤 함양이나 변화가 느껴졌는지, 예를 들면 뭐 창의성이나 아니면 정체성, 뭐 자기 통제력 뭐 이런 등의 어떤 변화가 느껴졌는지 궁금하고요. 두 번째 질문으로는 그 오센틱 리더십의 개념과 특징을 자세히 설명해 주셨는데요. 교수님께서 생각하는 오센틱 리더가 무엇인지, 그리고 급변하는 이 시대에 그 역할이 무엇이라고 생각하는지 궁금하고, 또 그 오센틱 리더의 역할을 위해서 무용이 나아가야 할 방향, 무용의 교육이 그 나아가야 할 방향과 역할이 무엇이라고 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
네, thank you. My answer to the first question. This model was developed to challenge two assumptions about choreography and its education. There are general assumptions. One, choreographers are born and not made. And two, choreography is learned through being a dancer working with choreographers, fundamentally implying that choreography cannot be taught. Choreography is essentially a creative act in producing a product. The student's creative act may not be novel in the larger context of the dance industry, but regardless, producing a product is an engagement with creativity, and therefore I contest the two assumptions by stating that choreography and creativity could be taught. However, traditional composition classes have been criticized for focusing solely on the technique of building dances. This model, on the other hand, aims to instill a personal voice into the work, and this aspect is choreographic phronesis. In my teaching, I encourage students to discover authentic movement from within rather than seeking external solutions. Since the development of this model, I have been utilizing it in my teaching. I have not done a research on the effect of creative development to students, but from my observation, when the model is applied, students seem to experience growth in creativity, enhanced self-identity, improved problem-solving skills, and a better understanding of the artistic process. I hope that they become more confident, expressive, and capable of making artistic decisions independently. Second answer to the second question. As mentioned, probably the whole day. As a society undergoes radical changes, it necessitates a demand for new skills among the younger generation. However, the competencies required for these changes are neither fully understood nor firmly established. Therefore, the primary focus should be on cultivating human potential, which can in turn lead to the development of new competencies. This phenomenon is no different within the dance industry. It is challenging to predict how the dance industry will evolve in the next 5 or 10 years, given the pace of societal change. Therefore, it is imperative to recognize the competencies that will prepare our students for the future. Hence, dance education should aim to create an environment where students can nurture these authentic leadership qualities. This empowerment will enable them to become genuine leaders, capable of inspiring others and committed to positive change within the dance world and beyond. Equipped with agency, they will confidently navigate through the unknown challenges that lie ahead. Thank you.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 예전에 하버드 비즈니스 리뷰지에 모든 리더는 아티스트다라는 기사를 참 재밌게 읽었던 기억이 나는데요. 우리 김나희 교수님의 말씀 들으니까 춤이 가지고 있는 굉장히 복합적이고 창의적인 문제 해결 능력, 또 자전적인 어떤 진정성을 발휘할 수밖에 없는 매우 오센틱한 요소들을 가지고 있는 것, 자기민속 지학을 통하는 어떤 리서치의 과정, 또 철학적 사고가 교차하는 지점들이 정말 이런 복합적인 리더십을 개발하고 리허설을 하는데 굉장히 좋은 메소드이자 툴이자 도전 자체가 아닐까라는 생각을 또 해봤습니다. 좋은 질을 주셨던 우리 질의자 분들, 또 답변 주셨던 교수님들 모두 감사드립니다. 네, 무대에서 내려가셔도 괜찮습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 자리가 정리되는 동안 또 빠른 진행을 하겠습니다. 굉장히 긴 시간 동안 자리에 함께하여 주셨던 우리 참여자 선생님들 모두 감사드리고요. 오늘 리더십에 대한 좀 의미 있는 자리가 되셨기를 기대합니다. 좋은 소식은 보통 학회가 늦게 끝납니다. 그런데 국내 유일의 일찍 끝나는 학회입니다. 이 모든 것은 굉장히 이렇게 계속 진행을 하는 저희 대한무용학회 사무국의 여러 스태프들, 또 이다혜 사무국장님의 노력과 땀이 아니었을까 싶고요. 또 계속 장시간 해주시는 우리 수어 선생님께도 진심으로 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 오전에 아놀드 연구소의 선생님들이 너무 리더십이 대학교육 중심, 또 특정 성별, 특정 나이대, 또 여성이나 성소수자들을 포함하지 않았다라는 리플렉션을 주셨는데, 저희도 이제 좀 더 평등하고 민주적인 그런 연구를 위해서 나아가는 대한무용학회가 되겠습니다. 자, 긴 시간 동안 함께해 주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 마지막 인사는 제가 문영 회장님의 폐회사로 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 저는 재환정이었습니다.
대장정의 막을 내리겠습니다. 여러분, 긴 시간 너무 감사하고요. 많은 반성과 또 많은 성찰을 통한 위안을 동시에 얻는 심포지움이었다고 생각을 합니다. 리더십에 대한 아젠다로 국제학술대회를 만들겠노라는 한 1년도 넘었죠. 이렇게 계획을 했는데 미국의 NDEO에서 리더십 관련 그 학술대회를 하겠노라고 저희가 먼저 결정을 했습니다. 그게 결정됐다고 제가 뉴욕에 있을 때 그 소식을 전했던 기억이 납니다. 대한민국의 문화도 또 학문도 우리가 세계를 견인하고 있다는 그런 자부심을 가져도 될 것 같습니다. 물론 이 시간을 통해서 우리 지금 마지막에 한국을 대표해서 김나희 교수님께서 진성 리더십을 얘기하셨는데 참 어려운 것 같습니다. 그리고 돌이켜보니 사실은 그 얘기가 플라톤이 했었던 얘기고, 그리고 우리 동양의 노자의 도덕경에 나오는 이야기더라고요. 그래서 사실은 어쩌면 세대를 초월해서 또 동서고금을 막론해서 우리가 리더십에 대한 고민들을 쭉 해오고 있었구나. 리더와 구성원이 구별되지 않는 리더십, 3인칭 리더십에서 1인칭 리더십이 되는 자율적인 리더십, 누가 리더인지 구성원인지 잘 모르게 자연스럽게 물 흐르듯이 조직 안에 스며드는 리더십, 바로 그 리더십을 향해서 우리가 최선을 다해서 나아가야 된다는 그 결론을 안고 오늘 2023년 사단법인 대한무용학회 국제학술 심포지움을 모두 마치겠습니다. 함께해 주신 모든 여러분 정말로 감사드립니다.
you.